We are the source. Good morning. It's the 3rd of July. 3rd of July, baby. Tomorrow's the 4th. We are kicking it around here this morning. Yes, indeed. Good morning. This is Diversity of Thought. We're going to have Lydia here in just a few moments. We want to make you aware of what's going on, though, in the city and with you. We want you to know all of the good stuff that's going on out there on the weekend. We've got you. Yes, indeed. We've got our team lined up for you this morning. Good morning, Lydia. How are you?
Good morning, Paris. I'm doing well.
Yes, indeed.
How's
Yes.
everything going over
All
there
right. I know
in the
we got our,
studio?
yeah, things are going well. Got Stevens here. Got Stevens here with me. He is busy sorting things out and setting things up. So he's sorting and setting this morning.
Good morning.
Hey, bro, what's happening?
Doing well, doing well. How's everybody doing this
All
morning?
right, all right. What's that? Soccer.
This is a Colombian jersey. This is a throwback.
I should have known. Okay, I
Yeah,
should have known.
this is back like 20 years ago when they won the
So
South
you've been
American
doing that a
Cup.
while. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready.
You see, Lydia, we got all kinds of things to excite us here this morning. I do want to say,
Oh yeah.
yeah, Lydia, I do want to say good morning to all of our faithful friends who stay with us throughout the years. And here we come up on another major day of celebration in the country. And want to say good morning to you, Shirley Brass. Good morning. You remembered, you're out there. We love you. We got much love for you. And good morning to all of you. Alan Bushnell, good morning. Paul Wright. And say good morning also to Awesome Rob and the Awesome family. You know, he's got an awesome wife and an awesome mother-in-law, so they are just atomic in nature. You want to talk about the nuclear family? We take it to a whole new level. I'm telling you, with the awesome one, with the awesome ones
Oh
over
yeah.
there. Yes, indeed. And good morning to all of our brothers and sisters, Miss Annie Wright, and to all of you. So just
Okay.
wanted to introduce Lydia this morning, and oh, incidentally, let me say
Yeah.
hello to Sherman.
And
Let me say hello to Sherman Smith Jr. And while I'm at it, Sandra Smith, and Sheila Smith Valsano, in from Chicago. Good morning to all of you, and welcome here. You've got diversity of thought this morning. I
yes, you
say
do.
that, and I say that, and sooner or later we're going to get to it. Lydia, here you are. This is your moment, kid.
and and here I am.
And
Here I
here
am.
you are.
Happy 4th of July Eve.
Yeah.
If you didn't hear the inflection there was a question mark at the end of that statement, right? So as we step into this holiday weekend, we're taking a moment to look at the meaning behind the 4th of July. Not just the celebration, but the history, the truth, and the voices that challenge this nation to live up to its own promise. We're offering an honor to Frederick Douglass this morning, reflecting on the legacy of his speech, "What to the slave is the 4th of July,"
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
clarity it brought to the American conscience.
Yeah.
His words still echo, they still instruct, and still ask us, who are we as a country, and who are we becoming? Who have we become, and who are we becoming? Who we're becoming. Today's show is about reflection. We'll talk about some current events as well, but it's about reflection for the most part. Responsibility in the work of building a community where freedom is lived, not just declared. I'm your host, Lydia Flanagan again, and this is Diversity of Thought. So let's get into it, Paris.
All right, all right. And to begin this morning, we I guess we should set the framework by honoring the descendants of Frederick Douglass, and
Yeah.
there is this speech. I should give you more background on this speech. This speech was delivered by Frederick Douglass, and he gave the speech in 1852. This is what to the slave is the 4th of July, and he delivered it to an anti-slavery society in Rochester, New York, and this speech is known for its clearness, its boldness, and it shows so much of. It spoke to the character of It spoke to the character of Frederick Douglass and his mindset at that time, and his willingness to stand up differently and articulate feelings that so many of his fellow blacks did not have the opportunity to express. And he took that opportunity and he made the most of it. And he did not bridle his tongue when he expressed his thoughts on the 4th of July. But we thought it was only fitting that we observe the tradition that is said to be held by some of his relatives, and that is they seem to do this. They have a reading of the speech, and several young relatives, including his great, 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 and great, 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 great grandchildren, honor him by reading his powerful words. And so this video has been around. You can find and follow it on National Public Radio, and we wanted to share it. We are going to share it with you this morning. And so, Lydia, I will begin by giving this speech with a slight preamble to it here on National Public Radio as taken from their broadcast. All right?
I wanted to add just one piece to that.
Please do.
It's important to remember, and I would like for those out there listening to remember that this Independence Day address was given initially by him to the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Society.
Mm-hmm.
That's who he was speaking with when he initially gave this speech, and so. Just wanted to make a side note of that.
Sure, please.
Thank you, Perry.
All right, thank you. All right, here we are, diversity of thought. Lydia Flanagan.
Do I look there or there? Okay.
Just like your yeah.
Okay. My name is Alexa Ann Watson, and I am the great-great-great-granddaughter of Frederick
Douglass is my great-great-great-great.
I am the great-great-great-granddaughter of Frederick Douglass.
I am the great-great-great-great-grandchild.
I've been counting on my fingers since I was like 5.
Whenever you're ready, here we go.
This is the 4th of July. It is the birthday of your national independence and of your political freedom.
Fellow citizens, I shall not presume to dwell at length on the associations that cluster about this day. The simple story of it is that 76 years ago, the people of this country were British subjects.
Oppression makes a wise man mad. Your fathers were wise men, and if they did not go mad, they became restive under this treatment.
With brave men, there's always a remedy for oppression.
They succeeded, and today you reap the fruits of their success. The freedom gained is yours, and you, therefore, may properly celebrate this anniversary.
Fellow citizens, pardon me. Allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I, or those I represent, to do with your national independence?
Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence extended to us?
I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary.
Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you this day rejoice are not enjoyed in common.
The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me.
The sunlight that brought life and healing to you has brought stripes and death to me.
This 4th of July is yours, not mine.
You may rejoice, I must mourn.
Fellow citizens, above your national tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions.
At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument is needed.
Oh, had I the ability and could reach the nation's ear, I would today pour out a fiery stream of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke.
For it is not light that is needed, but fire.
It is not the gentle shower, but thunder.
We need the storm, the whirlwind, and the earthquake.
The feeling of the nation must be quickened.
The conscience of the nation must be roused.
The propriety of the nation must be startled.
The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed.
And its crimes against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced.
What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him, more than all other days in the year, the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim.
To him, your celebration is a sham.
Your boasted liberty an unholy license.
Your national greatness, swelling vanity.
Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless.
Your denunciations of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence.
Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery.
Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings,
with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him
mere bombast,
fraud,
deception,
impiety,
and hypocrisy. There is not a nation on the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour. Allow me to say in conclusion, notwithstanding the dark picture I have this day presented of the state of the nation, I do not despair of this country.
This speech was written almost 170 years ago, but this part of it is still extremely relevant, especially with today's protests.
I think that when people are oppressed, they feel silenced, and if someone feels silenced, they get angry. There are certain tactics that you need to use to get people to really hear your voice, and it's not always going to be just like a very calm discussion.
I think he's mostly talking to the people who are already on his side, but believe that they can still try to talk this out, or that things are still justifiable. I know a lot of people at the time were saying, and people now are still saying, that it's not as bad as it could be.
While the 4th of July probably does not feel the same to me as it does to others, I wouldn't say that it has no meaning, because it is the time when America as a country became free from another country. But I would say that it's not the time in which I gained my freedom.
He had a lot of hope, especially for his age, and I'm getting to the point in my life where I'm only 20 years old, but I'm exhausted. I have these thoughts like, will we ever really get to this point, or is this really something that we should actually spend our time fighting for?
Somebody once said that pessimism is a tool of white oppression, and I think that's true. I think in many ways we are still slaves to the notion that it will never get better. But I think that there is hope, and I think it's important that we celebrate Black joy and Black life, and we remember that change is possible, change is probable, and that there's hope.
There and hear the full presentation, but those are the descendants of Frederick Douglass, and they are reciting the speech that Frederick Douglass presented in Rochester, New York, in the 4th of July. And Lydia, on Diversity of Thought this morning, we are exploring this. We're exploring the subject on the 3rd, and we're going to be talking about it in depth. But right now, we got Stevens in the studio. He has political talk with friends, but this morning he's going to do analytical talk with his friends, his commentary. What do you think about? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this?
Oh, I mean, I love it because I am an English professor and literature
Yes.
and and as far as like beyond as an archivist, somebody who likes to collect pieces of time, histories, stories, just kind of like have all that and artifacts and significance, all those things like are important to me, especially when it comes to culture. And like
Primary documents.
yes,
like
primary
this,
documents like this one, right?
Yeah.
So it's like for me, is the literature of it too is so beautiful because the significance of back then, because we all, for those who missed those portions out in school when they learned that it was not that long ago when it was illegal to be able to read and teach a black person to read because of slavery, and it was against law to be able to read. And slowly but surely, you have these moments in the history of these moments of triumph. And to think of Frederick Douglass as like one of those moments of triumph is a beautiful thing, because at one point an entire people were forbidden from reading and writing, and here he is giving out this very timely and timeless speech that he wrote. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the part that I appreciate about it the most, because it understands everything that has to do with reading not just the room, but reading the moment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And the 4th of July, and we're looking at it through our lens now, with this being the 250th. So is a big celebration, but knowing all these pieces of information of like empires, average lifespan is 250 years, and the very reflective place it puts everybody in the country to look at the history of this country. And that when you look back at the history of this country, moments like Frederick Douglass giving that speech on the eve of the birthday of this nation that is very, like he said in the speech itself, hypocritical. It's a beautiful thing. I really enjoy being able to like know that he has descendants and they're speaking his words, and that's just a beautiful piece of American history that like I just wanted to be able to at least express. But I'd like to thank you and Lydia for playing that this morning.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, this was so the audience knows this was not scheduled originally. Lydia and I got together and decided that it should be, and I spoke with her about the possibility of having this on diversity of thought. She agreed, and we didn't even hadn't thought to think that Stevens might be in here with us this morning. We think it's an opportunity because, as he pointed out, he is an archivist and he is an English professor. He teaches English.
Yeah.
So I thought, and Lydia, if you have any thoughts, if Stevens
I do.
said anything
I do.
that
I
triggered
think
any
it's
thoughts in you, go ahead, please.
Yes, Steve. Thank you, and I'm so happy you're here this morning and are providing us with your insights. Because as a Colombian, I wanted to get your take on this, on Frederick Douglass, the speech, like you say, this point in time in history, and how you see the African American experience. Do you see it any differently than you did before? When you look at this or when you hear this speech, with your background, because as we're at this pivotal point in our country with immigration and all the other things that are going on, do you think that people from other cultures really get this speech? Do they understand it? Do they take to heart all of the strides that have been made prior to the speech and after the speech? And when they look at African Americans and our experience, do they even know? Do they even understand? What are your thoughts about that?
I would say the thing that really strikes for me from that lens that you're asking me is that the beautiful part is that many other cultures, especially speaking from as a Colombian and like Latin American, and like what unites us on this hemisphere is Americans, right? Because I don't like to ever refer to the United States as America. I believe the entire, up and down to the continents is the entirety of America. And so there is a camaraderie there because as beautiful as Frederick Douglass' speech is for the United States, there's plenty of other speeches just like that was executed and given out to audiences throughout Latin America throughout liberation. And, we talk about the type of speeches that was it Toussaint would have had in Haiti.
Toussaint Overture,
right? And so there's this unity in our history that I like to highlight because, like, as a Colombian person that I learned and I was educated in Colombia as a child, I did see the other side of history, and where a lot of the source of pride in Colombia is the rebellious spirit, because the first freed town of enslaved black people who fought for their own freedom and were able to achieve it in the entire continent of the Americas was in Colombia. And the name of that town is San Basilio de Palenque, and that is till this day a town that still exists and has a lot of cultural pride in the fact that they liberated themselves before the rest of the continent was going through emancipations and abolitions. They did it with their own hands, and that history still remains true to today. So that is like parts of like where I say like it's beautiful that they could share stories with Frederick Douglass, because they got their own Frederick Douglasses and Toussaint's to like look up to, and so for me, I look at it the grand scheme of like American liberation, because everybody inspired everybody. Like Haiti was the first nation to liberate itself, and their flag, the blue and the red, actually inspired the Colombian flag because they put the yellow right on top. But that blue and the red is inspired by Haiti, and that's in the Colombian history of like how Haiti were a lending hand at one point for the resistance that liberated Colombia and the rest of South America. And how those stories of rebellion and revolution spread through the Caribbean, and part of what makes New Orleans so special is it's considered as part of like an extension of the Caribbean, because so many ships stop by and they swap stories, and that's how American rebellion started to like spark up with like Nat Turner and everything, because they heard that somebody else did it somewhere else, so they're gonna do it too. So, everybody plays a role in this. And so like how I view it, it's not even like an internationalist view, it's an Americanist view, where as a Colombian, I see the people in North America, and my time living here was mostly around, whether I was in Colombia or here in the States, in New York or in Houston, I've always been around black people and black culture. So understanding the history has been probably the best lifetime lesson that I've had, to be able to have both sides of it. So that's why I always appreciate these moments in history and these stories, because those are the ones that inspire for the next movement.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And I appreciate you spending this time with us. And then when we do, in some future conversations, I want to talk about the role of literature, not just through the lens of English, but through the lens of a body of work, if you will, and how is in that literature a way to stitch cultures together to explore and develop this commonality. I think Gerald Horne is a historian who thinks that way, and Lydia had Gerald Horne on, and so these are subjects worth pursuing, and I wouldn't be surprised to hear them on a Wednesday night from 7 to 9 p.m.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turning to business.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a fun time. I appreciate everybody who tunes in and listens to me and my friends talk politics in a little bit of an unfiltered way, but it's in a way that allows us to express like our viewpoints and stances. So I appreciate that and the support. So thank you.
You're hearing from your colleagues and your students on the show?
Yeah, some of them have reached out. They'll message, and it's been like just fun to see that people are discovering new ways to talk about politics instead of listening to it.
And there's more, because you've got other dimensions coming to this show and this entire program.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to all the collaborations where we have in having Lydia in the studio one day.
Yes. Absolutely. Bet on it. Bet on it. You will. Just bring up a subject. She's going to be there. She's going to be there. And she comes fully prepared, as you know.
Well, thank you. Y'all have a good morning.
All right. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you, Stephen.
I know. Getting rid of me sometimes is like getting rid of a summer cold. Stevens is like on the door. Every hint he can possibly throw to get out of the door. Lydia is like waving towards me. Come on. Let's do it. We going to do this? Or we going to be here all day saying goodbye? What is this, a Greyhound bus station? Okay, so I get it, guys. I get it. I got it.
Funny. You're so funny.
Yeah.
So now are we going to, well, the thought is that Paris and I would, that was an excerpt.
Yes.
Excerpt
Mm-hmm.
for the most part by the descendants of Frederick Douglass. Very nicely done by PBS.
Yes.
And I hope you enjoyed that sharing.
Yes. However.
But we wanted to, and Paris specifically was saying that the speech itself, in its entirety, that is on the U.S. Constitution Center website,
Yes.
has a lot of meat there. And so what we wanted to do in this reading we're going to split it up, and then we're going to circle back, and we are going to discuss the correlation between that time, 1852, and 2026, and what the correlations are today, where we our thoughts about the progress that have been made. Of course, I guess you should say reflections of where we come from and where we are now, and how this ties into some of the things that are happening today. So we'll do that, and then we'll take some callers and get your reflections about this, and we'll move on with the rest of the show. How does that sound, Perry?
That sounds absolutely great. So look, let's do this.
Okay, let's do it. All right. Fellow citizens, pardon me. Allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I or those I represent to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence you extended to us? Am I, therefore, called upon to bring our humble offering to the national altar and to confess the benefits and express devout gratitude for the blessings resulting from your independence to us? Would to God, both for your sakes and ours, that an affirmative answer could be truthfully returned to these questions. Then would my task be light and my burden easy and delightful. For who is there so cold that a nation's sympathy could not warm him? Who so obdurate, and dead to the claims of gratitude that would not thankfully acknowledge such priceless benefits? Who so stolid and selfish that would not give his voice to swell the hallelujahs of a nation's jubilee when the chains of servitude had been torn from his limbs? I am not that man. Here.
Fellow citizens, above your national tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions, whose chains, heavy and grievous yesterday, are today rendered more intolerable by the jubilee shouts that reach them. If I do forget, if I do not faithfully remember those bleeding children of sorrow this day, may my right hand forget her cunning, and may my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. To forget them, to pass lightly over their wrongs, and to chime in with the popular theme would be treason, most scandalous and shocking, and would make me a reproach before God and the world. My subject, then, fellow citizens, is American slavery. I shall see this day and its popular characteristics from the slave's point of view, standing there identified with the American bondman making his wrongs mine. I do not hesitate to declare with all my soul that the character and conduct of this nation never looked blacker to me than on this 4th of July.
What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him, more than all other days in the year, the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. I will not enlarge further on your national inconsistencies. The existence of slavery in this country brands your republicanism as a sham, your humanity as base pretense, and your Christianity a lie. It destroys your moral power abroad. It corrupts your politicians at home. It saps the foundation of religion. It makes your name a hissing and a byword to a mocking earth. It is an antagonistic force in your government, the only thing that seriously disturbs and endangers your union. It fetters your progress. It is the enemy of improvement, the deadly foe of education. It fosters pride. It breeds insolence. It promotes vice. It shelters crime. It is a curse to the earth that supports it. And yet you cling to it as if it were the sheer anchor of all your hopes. Oh, be warned, be warned. A horrible reptile is coiled up in your nation's bosom. The venomous creature is nursing at the tender breast of your youthful republic. For the love of God, tear away and fleeing from you the hideous monster, and let the weight of 20 millions crush and destroy it forever.
Fellow citizens, there is no matter in respect to which the people of the North have allowed themselves to be so ruinously imposed upon as that of the pro-slavery character of the Constitution. In that instrument, I hold there is neither warrant, license, nor sanction of this hateful thing. But interpreted as it ought to be interpreted, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Read its preamble. Consider its purposes. Is slavery among them? While I do not intend to argue this question on the present occasion, let me ask, if it be not somewhat singular that if the Constitution were intended to be, by its framers and adopters, a slaveholding instrument, why neither slavery, slaveholding, nor slave can anywhere be found in it? I hold that every American has a right to form an opinion of the Constitution, and to propagate that opinion, and to use honorable means to make his opinion the prevailing one. Now, take the Constitution according to its plain reading, and I defy the presentation of a single pro-slavery clause in it. On the other hand, it will be found to contain principles and purposes entirely hostile to the existence of slavery. Allow me to say, in conclusion, notwithstanding the dark picture I have this day presented of the state of the nation, I do not despair of this country. There are forces in operation which must inevitably work the downfall of slavery. The arm of the Lord is not shortened, and the doom of slavery is certain. I therefore leave off where I began, with hope, while drawing encouragement from the Declaration of Independence, the great principles it contains, and the genius of American institutions. My spirit is also cheered by the obvious tendencies of the age. And those are the excerpts from and we going to talk about what is in there, just how fulsome a speech that was, and we want to make it known to you. You guys want to get the full impact of these excerpts that we've carved out for you here. You can go to the whole
this
speech,
is the full
but this
speech,
is
Karen.
is this the full?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
this is the full speech.
I saw some. Okay, I saw some notes which I thought were elisions. You know, the little dots. I thought that those in there were.
Well, I think it's an extension to the next paragraph.
Okay.
But,
okay.
You can go to the Constitution Center and view it yourself.
Yeah.
Please do that.
Yeah.
So, did you want to start breaking this down, or?
Listen. I'm thinking that we should, and then we can see what this is really an impromptu thing. Yeah.
Let's try to start doing that. I know it seems like a big bite.
Yeah, but it seems perfect. You know what? I mean, as I was listening to you and reviewing this paragraph, you can read it, but when you hear someone read it and the cadence in which you read it, I got the impact of those words. Now, consider yourself a white person sitting in that audience. Lydia and I want to take you somewhere with this today. This is why we're doing this, so that it can wind up being a vicarious lesson in history for you, so that we can vicariously put you in that place, watching a man do something. You in the back room peeking, and you're like one of the slaves. You can't sit in the audience. You're one of the enslaved people, and you've never heard a person talk like this before. You're hearing. Imagine you're hearing this great man that you've heard about from your people in the letters that they've written and all of these things, and you're the servant person there, and and maybe you've done the cooking and the other things, and all of these white women are gathered in this great hall, this anti-slavery thing. I think it's not just women, right? There were some men there.
No, there were men too, but there was the anti-slavery society. So I'm sure abolitionists exactly, a lot of abolitionists. So they get to hear this perspective. You would think that he's gonna be a little light on them, possibly. It's the 4th of July, it's a holiday, but he is actually pointing out a lot of the hypocrisy within that many of them may see, but there may be many who see it up to a certain point,
right? Sure.
And then so I think that I really give him.
Go ahead. You're doing it. You're doing it. That's because that's what I was. I'm just setting out what I was hearing as you were reading, the thoughts that were crossing my mind.
Same thing on your end. When you were reading it, and I guess that's what it brings to it when you hear a voice that's there with you right then and there. And the way that this information was written of his speech, it's easy to understand. The language of the 1800s is a little different from ours, right?
Right.
The way things are originally written. But so correlating it to today, challenges still echoes as we are all very much aware. So when he is asked why he was called to celebrate a freedom not extended to him, he was naming a gap between American ideals and American reality.
Yeah.
A gap that we still navigate today, y'all.
That's right.
You see it in representation, in debate, where communities that are most affected by policy, we had community chat on yesterday, are often the last invited into the decision-making spaces. You see it in unequal access to opportunity, reflected in disparities in home ownership, maternal health outcomes, school funding, neighborhood safety. His question, are those principles extended to us, lives inside our conversations today about, fair housing, enforcement, criminal justice, and equal protection under the law. So his refusal to celebrate a freedom denied, I am not that man.
I love that. I ain't that guy. I ain't that guy. And look, you know what else comes of that as I listen to you? What else comes out of that is they expect he deflates their expectations. If you thought that I was coming here to feel esteemed and that I wouldn't rock the boat, I ain't about that. That's not why I'm here. It reminded me of when Michael says, when the former representative says to Michael, well, what more do you want, right? He's accepted. He lets you know he ain't about the cooning thing. He says, I don't forget who I am. I don't forget who I am. So if you're expecting that of me, I got some news for y'all, right? This is going to be a different. It ain't that kind of party, right? And he does all of that in that opening that you spoke about.
Yes, see? Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He makes that clear.
Makes it clear. So there you go. His words remind us that, patriotism, which, 4th of July is about, is not fireworks. It's the courage to measure, our reality, where we are against our ideals. And to try to build a nation where freedom is lived, not just proclaimed. Mm-hmm. So that's my take on the first couple of paragraphs there, Paris. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah. He points out the irony right away, and he says, "I've been doing some thinking about this. I mean, what have I to do with your 4th of July? Why this esteem placed upon me? What, you expect me to celebrate this?"
Yes.
He did it. He did it calmly. He did it with a measure of aplomb, but he wasn't overly flattering. He was just straight up, honest, and straightforward. He said, I wish I could play along with you. I wish that I could give you an affirmative answer. So he answers and asks his own question. And as a rhetorical device, that's brilliant because he shows himself inside their heads, or what they ought to be thinking. Right. He sets up the question and then answers it. He says, you expect me you expect me. He lets them know he's having none of it, and then shows why it's ridiculous. Why it could be an affront, right? And I thought that was terrific. Now, go ahead.
I was going to move on to your the paragraph you read. The third one.
Yeah, he says. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Saying that his warning about patriotic celebration can intensify the pain of those still living with injustice.
Absolutely.
Still echoes today.
Yeah.
Where and that's why we're going over this speech today and discussing it with the community, because if all of these ills had been solved, we wouldn't have, this would be a resolved issue.
Yes,
this speech wouldn't be relevant.
Yes,
this speech wouldn't be relevant, but it is still relevant. His insistence on remembering the mournful wail of millions.
Yes.
It parallels, our debates today over racial disparities that we encounter every day. And his refusal to pass lightly over their wrongs resonates in conversations, about civil rights enforcement and all of those other things that we are struggling with and that we talk about every day. So when he declared the nation's conduct never looked blacker on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
He was naming the contradiction between celebration and reality.
Yes.
A contradiction still visible in widening opportunity gaps. So his plea reminds us that a nation cannot cling to deeply rooted inequities and still claim moral clarity. Freedom must be lived by everyone, not just proclaimed.
Yeah,
So, again.
Yeah. He talks about the North, and he strikes away, he strips away the pretension that the North is some magical place by saying, the North, you've never done anything so poisonous to your existence as embracing the precepts of slavery. You are allowing yourself, he says, there is no matter in respect to which the people of the North have allowed themselves to be so ruinously imposed upon. That word ruinously there means exactly what it says, something this is going to bring you down. This is the, my man, Brother Ali might say, the original sin. He's saying to the North that you're no better because you are embracing things that are going to undermine you. And then he points it out because he says this Constitution seems to be pro-slavery in character, not in words. He says in that instrument, I hold there is no justification for it. However, in that instrument, but in effect, you are allowing it to happen. He said there's no warrant, nor license, nor sanction of this hateful thing, but interpreted as it ought to be interpreted. The Constitution is a glorious document, but you've allowed it to be mischaracterized and misused. So he said, read its look in the preamble and look at what it is saying. He said, is slavery among that? And what does that preamble say? We hold these two, what it says, that...
To be evident that all are people are created.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain... No, that's the...
Certain inalienable rights,
the preamble. Yeah.
Well, I'll pull up the preamble in a minute.
Yeah.
But the symbolism he uses in there as well, using the Bible, the horrible reptile coiled up in your nation's bosom.
Yes.
Speaks to how deeply embedded inequities can shape policy, culture, and identity. So be warned. He reminds us that patriotism requires confronting contradictions, not celebrating over them. That is that encompasses most of it there, Paris. And I think you talked about the last two paragraphs there. And so, call to action.
Yeah.
I'm good for
that's
that.
you there. Yeah.
Call to action.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I came up with three.
Okay.
Let's see. Engage the Constitution with intention is number one. From that's what I get from this speech. Douglas calls it a glorious liberty document when read truthfully. So in 2026, stay informed, protect civic education, and challenge narratives that distort its meaning or limit who promises reach. Stand firm in defending equal protection. Douglas urged every American to form an opinion and work honorably to make it prevail. And then act with working hope. Okay, and I'll explain this. Douglas ended with confidence that forces in operation would move the nation towards justice. In 2026, that hope becomes action, supporting community efforts, uplifting truth, and pushing institutions to live up to the principles that they were built on. And I think that we do a lot of that.
Yes.
And in case you're wondering, working hope is active, disciplined hope, the kind that Douglas modeled. It's not optimism, not wishful thinking, and not waiting for conditions to improve. It's the belief that justice is possible because people choose to work for it. So in 2026, Working Hope looks like communities protecting civic education, pushing institutions to honor constitutional principles, defending equal protection, and staying engaged even when progress feels slow. It's hope with muscle, hope expressed through action, advocacy, truth-telling, and participation. So, and Douglas's point was simple. Hope is not the feeling that things will get better. It's the work that makes things better. So
Yeah, get the work done.
that's
the work done.
Call to action.
And
Yeah, we talk about that.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, in its reference to the preamble, I've got it now.
Okay. I was pulling it up.
Yeah. We often make reference to it. We just use shorthand. We often say, we started just the way I started a few minutes ago. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, and then we kind of just go from there. Then we just leave it alone.
Yes, yes.
That sentence has become one of the most iconic sentences of American documents. The identification of an American document, because it's so well known. But the full reading is that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and then we say life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, here's the part where we occasionally hear about in court rulings or defense attorneys or plaintiffs or presentations before the Supreme Court. We often hear that to secure these rights, this is the rest of the preamble, ladies and gentlemen, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Right here is where we get the phrase, from a lot of other sources, but this seems to codify it, the Great American Experiment. This is an important line. Historians will tell you that governments had traditionally were based on standing, or based on status, based on money and power, or dynasties or familial ties. But this government says that these governments that we're talking about secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That's what made America so different. People had to agree to be governed. We were born into a place, and it was a matter of geography and happenstance. You were born where there was a king and there was a family dynasty, then you lived according to that, in the circumstances in which you were born. You didn't get to vote.
Right.
And then it says that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established shall not be changed for light and transient causes. Of course, we say that today. You see sometimes a reflection of that in the Supreme Court cases when we talk about the need to hold on to stability. And that's just an observation I'm making on that. And then Back to the document, it says, and accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. And that is the preamble. And Douglas was no doubt in a literate audience where people read and familiar with the preamble, but he wanted all men to know. He wanted them all to know that he was reminding them, here's what the preamble to your government is. And know these documents as well. Don't forget that part of it, So
yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
I thought it was an amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I think amazing speech, and interesting. We're looking back at our history, Black history, which is American history, right? Mm-hmm. And Frederick Douglass bringing these issues to the fore in a rhetorical way to these audiences, I think, lends to, and that's why I asked Steve the question earlier, Paris, about as we struggle with immigration and haven't been able to get legislation passed for immigration that works, and birthright citizenship, and all of these things that tie into being an American, right? Mm-hmm. How other cultures, people from other places, because we talk about the African American experience where our ancestors, and we have had to operate in a space where we were put, and having to make the case for our people to get rights, and working within the system, and in some instances like your Nat Turners and others working outside of the system. But our experience is different in that way, and I see people coming here, because it's America, and not really soaking in what our ancestors have been able to do within these constraints. And I don't see it. I mean, you'll find people like Steve here and there, but I think in totality, people believe that their stories are, they look at themselves as being the center of the universe a lot of times. Sure. Mm-hmm. And their stories being the most important. Mm-hmm. When a lot of times I think, reflection was given. And that's what I guess what I'm asking for on this day, and as we talk about this speech, do people from other cultures really think about what we have done and what we have given to civil rights and what we've done in that space as much as they should?
I think they hear a counter narrative. Maybe they would if they were given more of our history and if it were presented in more places. But when they get here, they are met with a media that has never had Black accomplishment or achievement as its focus. That is to say, Black media, the contributions of Black people to the things that have built this country up. We are characterized as contributors, but not more at a social level. How do I want to say this? Some of our contributions are acknowledged more in the breach than by actual intentional observation, which is to say that we seem to be incidental figures. I mean, much medical history doesn't when blacks show up in medical history through the years that we were schooling children. I'm talking about our school systems since they were established.
Yeah.
People weren't educated to believe we had any role other than to be the builder or to be the laborer, which this is the way they saw us. They went to war to keep us as property, and after the war was over, they continued to treat us like property as soon as they regained their footing from the Reconstruction period. They took, they reduced the amount of exposure to American history. They tried to whitewash it, well, no pun intended. They tried to remove it from history, and now we see reflections to that right now. There was a period.
DEI rollbacks and book bans and a lot of these things that where our story is told more concisely and builds that narrative for people to have that understanding. But then you see on the other end, like you just saying, the rollback.
The rollback. You mentioned the book to me that you've got. I think that we both got. 8 Years in Power by Ta-Nehisi Coates, and I know we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that because there was a period after Reconstruction. This is what people forget about. After Reconstruction, there was a blowback. It was called the Redemption period, where people intended to erase the name of, what was it, Hiram and other black representatives and people who had held political offices.
And I think it was South Carolina,
North Carolina, and other
right?
places, right? We were known, so we became an appendage to American history from the telling of these people. We'd show up with we'd show up maybe as Christmas addicts, or we'd show up as some other black figure. We'd show up as Benjamin Banneker. We'd show up, but as an afterthought, not as a central part of American culture. Even though we had made enormous contributions to the culture, as we still do today, and so there were people who were bent on erasing us from history. And if you go back and you look at Reconstruction historians from the Reconstruction period, Eric Foner is one, Foner. He's one who writes about that period, and it's not just about the injustices, but he does document the machinery of government at the state level and at the local level, and how it conspired to keep blacks to return them to a position of servitude or to inferior status. You know, that's what the whole Plessy versus Ferguson thing was about.
Yeah. Well, we want to hear from you guys out there. 713-668-1230, 713-668-1230. For those of you that, even if you are scooting around town running errands or, in the backyard, getting the barbecue pit ready to go, just to enjoy the weekend off, we'd love to hear from you. And Paris, we both have the we were 8 years in power book, which is a series of essays actually. But I have not. I've just started reading it. And apparently you finished it, correct?
No. I do it chapter by chapter.
Okay.
But it is
Okay.
it is it's a good read because what he does is he takes some of his previous articles that he's written, because he is a writer too. I mean, he is a reporter, a columnist, not so much a reporter. He's a columnist as well. And so he goes back over some of his other essays he had published. And
his notes from the year. He also has notes.
There you are. And so he gets
Yeah.
into the Bill Cosby thing, as we discussed it last night. He talks about that. But he also talks about the Civil War and how black people should know more about the Civil War, and because it's important to know what a central role we played in the prosecution of that war on both sides, right? So he gives a perspective to it, But he talks about how we avoid that knowledge, all right, because we have ceded that ground for the white folks telling of the story, all right. Whereas
absolutely.
Whereas we should know more about some of these battles, and you get to understand more about how white folks have been miseducated too. See,
exactly.
That's it. Yeah.
The lost cause, and really getting into some of the writings of Grant and some of the others around that time.
Robert E. Lee. I think you were talking about
Robert E. Lee trying to put the nation back together again. Was a mindset that the North had. And which has a lot to do with why a lot of the concessions were made.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
So that and what I thought, a lot of people felt like the name of the book, We Were 8 Years in Power, they thought, because I believe he worked on Obama's during his presidency. I'm not exactly sure what it was that Ta-Nehisi did. I'll figure that out. I'll Google that. But they thought he was talking about the 8 years of Obama's presidency. And he was actually really started out talking about the 8 years after Reconstruction. And how Reconstruction was broken down, and then we got back to the Jim Crow era and all the other things that we were going through, through the 1960s. But talking about the Obama years, I was talking about the Reconstruction, but let's put both of these things together. I think that's a good idea. Let's talk about, he talked about a profile of Michelle Obama's in there, highlighting how her background helped ease racial tensions at one point. You wouldn't know that if you listening now, right? I wonder what he has to say about that. And then he, like you mentioned last night, he has a critique of Bill Cosby's black conservatism, and not his personal issues, but he was talking about these statements that Bill Cosby made about the youth and our communities, and how they were, how families, were raising children, and all of those things. And there was a lot of conversation about that during that time. And so, I'm just getting into it, but I am excited about the read, because there are a lot of things that are really really topics that I'm looking forward to hear what his take is on them, Paris.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've been at it for an hour. We're going to take a break here. We're going to take a break.
Let's do that and come back to the jobs report.
Yes, indeed. And Jack Smith, you got a lot of stuff on your plate this morning. I heard it when I was talking to you last night. I know you want to get this stuff, and I know the audience would love to get to it too. So callers, you just hold on. We're going to get to you. We're going to get to you right here on The Source.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi, I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental, 713-738-1999.
Are you looking for a pharmacy where you're more than just the next person in line, where the pharmacists are friendly, willing to talk to you about your prescriptions and over-the-counter medications, where they make deliveries to customers in the general area? Then you need my pharmacy of choice, Mercury Drive Pharmacy, 918 Mercury Drive, right off of I-10 East, near the 610 Loop. James Muldrow and his staff are there to serve you. I've been a customer for over 37 years. The insurance companies have tried to steer me to the corporate pharmacies, but I prefer Mercury Drive. It's a staple in East Houston, serving Fidelity, Jacinto City, Pleasantville, Fifth Ward, North Shore, Wood Forest, Galena Park, Channel View, offering free delivery to those areas and others. Most insurances are accepted. Mercury Drive Pharmacy is open Monday through Saturday for your convenience. Phone 713-674-6122, 713-674-6122. Mr. Muldrow and his staff are happy to serve you. Mercury Drive Pharmacy, 918 Mercury Drive, south of I-10 East.
Whether it's room additions, roofing, fence installation, driveway, patio, or other renovations, including house slabs and foundations, you need to call the professionals at Sid Services, 832-657-4494. Sid has over 25 years of experience. He's honest and provides excellent work to each customer. So before you call anyone else, call Sid for a free quote. 832-657-4494. Commercial or residential. Excellent work at an affordable price. Satisfaction guarantee. Call Sid Services, 832-657-4494. 832-657-4494. Remember, at Sid's, one call does it all. Does it all. Does it all.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus? 6210 Northwest Drive is definitely worth it. E-Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You're going to find it all at Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside. You don't have time to make the drive? Hey, no problem, no problem. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you got to do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
Force Industries Irrigation is now Aquamatic Irrigation, and Michael Von Williams is still your point of contact. Michael has over 27 years experience in the irrigation industry and is licensed and insured, but he now has additional support. So if you have a lawn sprinkler system that is no longer operating properly, or you're tired of lugging water hoses around, call Aquamatic Irrigation at 346-476-9065. If you don't have a lawn sprinkler system, give Aquamatic Irrigation a call to have your automatic lawn sprinkler system installed. Enjoy your lawn and improve your property value. In order to keep your lawn and landscaping in excellent condition, Aquamatic Irrigation also offers routine maintenance programs to check the system for leaks, proper controller settings, and sprinkler head alignment. Call Aquamatic Irrigation, your sprinkler company, 346-476-9065, or visit our website at www.aquamaticirrigation.net.
Informative, entertaining, inspiring. It's the Jackson Political Report, hosted by veteran political strategist Ron Jackson. Ron will discuss local, state, national, and international politics. The show features commentary, guest interviews, and audience dialogue. The Jackson Political Report, this Saturday morning, 10 to 11 on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230kcoh.com, Sankeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Gonna keep on trying till I reach my highest ground.
And now, a message from the Future Frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z, and millennials, if you're ready to make your voice count, here's how you make it happen. First, register to vote. It only takes a few minutes. Just look up your local election office and follow the steps for your area. Next, verify your information. Confirm your name, your address, and your polling location so nothing slows you down. And don't wait for election day. Vote early. Pick your day, pick your time, and skip the lines. Make your plan to vote early and vote to be heard. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
Then we go be alright.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH, The Source.
All right, we are The Source. I got the engine on the train this morning on Diversity of Thought. She's here with me. I think you had an observation you want to make. Go ahead. We got Lydia Flanagan this morning. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Diversity of thought here. And we're going to get into the June 2026 jobs report there. And we're going to talk about the Chronicle posted also Houston companies named best places to work. Tying into that jobs report. And then we're going to talk about some of the radio layoffs. And we're going to get into that. Ralph Cooper posted something this morning, and it prompted me to look further into it. So we'll discuss that. And I know Paris, we've heard discussions about Black radio, but we'll get into that.
Sure.
So, Paris, did you want to go to the lines, get into the jobs report first, or where?
I want to do whatever you want to do this morning. But I know how you are about certain things, so you can go ahead and tell them about obdurate. I won't be obdurate.
Oh, obdurate.
I won't be obdurate.
You won't be obdurate, yes. And in that Frederick Douglass speech, that word I fussed over, obdurate, means stubborn. Stubborn.
That's right.
Obstinate.
Yeah.
So who's so obdurate are dead to the claims of gratitude.
I love it.
So I always correct myself, whether y'all realize that or not.
Yeah.
I know the listeners, but I do believe that every day is a day to get better. So,
yes,
there
That's
you
right.
go.
That's right.
Caller on?
Yes, yeah. Hello, caller. You're on with Lydia.
Excuse me, Lady Flanagan. Good morning,
Lady Flanagan.
And good morning, Mr. 80-year-old. Mr. 80-year-old, you know every day from now on is icing on the cake. You know, anything I say, he knows. He knows metaphysically. Look, I'll be brief. I'm never long-winded. I'll try not to be. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm still a work in progress. I revert back every now and then to telling other people individually or collectively what they should think, what they should know, and what's important to me is important to them. So I qualify what I'm about to say. Look, the Douglas papers, ladies and gentlemen, they're online. Library of Congress, everything, complete work.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know about the man? And I have no life. I have more time. So I get through all this stuff. And every speech Martin Luther Jr. made, it's on audio. It's on audio. And people on the station like Malcolm, you can read about it. You can read and actually listen to some speeches, ladies and gentlemen. So I say that too. If you're interested, you don't have to wait for somebody like me or anybody to bring up the subject. Obviously, if you cared enough, you would have already known about it. Whatever the subject. Look, tomorrow, July the 4th, 2026, 250 years, and this is my last day. We could take a small, very small sample size tomorrow. 10 black babies will be born tomorrow, at least. But I'm saying sample size. 10 black babies and 10 white babies born tomorrow. You can look at their lives, and we know it's an unequal playing field from the start, from tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet. The ladies are in contraction right now, and all that. That's another story. But look, there are lots of variables, but that white baby could wind up in a white trailer trash, they call it, and that black baby could wind up becoming the president or a CEO or a U.S. Justice. And I'm not saying it's easy, okay? Please, I understand all this, and because I'm not black people, you don't understand. Yes, I do. If you get the mindset of someone, of that baby, whoever it might be, whatever color, don't ever give up. You can be anything you want, despite all the things you hear on the station. If you truly believe that, ain't nothing to you, bad grammar, can stop you if you're willing to do and take whatever they're going to give you. If you get knocked down 10 times, you get back up. I guarantee you will get to whatever you want. A long journey, 100-mile journey, to use my metaphor, because I'm a runner, starts with one step. The collective starts with one individual. Those 10 black babies tomorrow, if they get into that mindset, if somebody teaches them and gets into the head, nothing going to stop me. I don't care what other people think or what barriers they put on. I'm going to make it. They will. Happy Force Day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me.
Go ahead.
I do, Lydia. I gotta ask this question now.
Yeah.
What makes you think that there are people on this station telling people not to make it? In other words, I challenge your premise here. If I were just listening and I was scanning the dial, that you've got to fail, and you don't have to fail. And that you're right about, but the part you're not right about is that there's nobody over here telling people that they can fail or that they should fail as a matter of our editorial policy. Yeah, people do say it's challenging out there, but we tell people, we do as a station, tell people to fight back against these things. It's just the opposite. We say, we echo the very same thing that you wound up saying, but so I'd like to know your thoughts on that.
We've lived the very things that you're saying.
Yeah.
And no one listens to the station more than I. Okay, and no one has read complete, probably more black history than me, because I have more time. and I'm older, but I listen to the station, so I'm saying stick to the positive, okay? Instead of, but it won't sell. This is radio. This is business. So callers call in with this negative, what I consider negative stuff, but you can't just, and Paris brings on people that have succeeded or gotten grants or all this, but when you hear something negative, get what stands up when you hear something negative and the positive, okay? The negative sales, the negative. We all
Lydia,
like to see the
you were about to
wreck.
say?
But
Lydia?
I was going to say you're interpreting it as negative, but it doesn't mean that it is. That's your interpretation of it. People take different things from different stories. Some people hear a story about adversity and they pull strength from that. They hear about a failure and they're thinking in the back of their minds, I would have done this differently, and then that might have been the thing, the switch to flip to make that situation work. People think differently.
I hear you.
I
understand,
different things.
and that's it. We're all individuals. There's no collective, or we need to come together. Everybody. So when people say we're all together, even the black race, no. Lydia doesn't speak for black women. She speaks for herself. A good point, Lydia. And that's Paris doesn't speak for anybody but himself. And I speak for no one. But and I get what you're saying, and you get what I'm saying. Look, when people call in and say racism, white supremacy, if you can measure their internal blood work and put blood pressure, it goes up. It does no good for their internal. And don't concentrate on the external achievement. Concentrate on one's inner peace and love, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, inner peace. Okay. Okay. I believe that we do focus on all of those things. And Texas Mike is giving his opinion, and we value all opinions here on this station. We value opinions. We think that it's good for all sides to be heard, and so we move on.
Look, I want to in the spirit of your generosity this morning, and us doing a dual show together, and you, I'm just gonna do this. You pointed out something that's very important, and you reminded me of it, and I thought about it. Last night. I thought about it early this morning. There is something that maybe people forget. They listen to the shows, and then maybe I thought, oh, wait a minute, I got one thing that'll help clear this up for people. Maybe I should start playing it more. Here it is. Right.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the host, guests, and callers, and not necessarily those of this station, its owners, management, or advertisers. KCOH 1230 The Source, a Spotlight Media company.
Hey, what do you think?
Hey.
I think if we could just remember
that,
right?
A lot, Paris.
I know it.
You used to play that a lot.
I know it. I thought people had gotten over it. I like to play it when we're going into talk sessions, but we began to move away from that, and I thought, well, particularly during campaign season. Particularly during campaign season, because people come in and they do advertisements for people whose campaign they're trying to boost.
Exactly.
And they try to blend it into the talk, right? To make it sound like it's somebody else's position. And so I thought, well, there is something that people should understand, that people are allowed to talk here, and there are some guidelines that we have to have, that we must have.
Yeah.
But it's not just anything goes. All right. So in any event, I got a bank full of callers for you here. And,
boy.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
well,
yeah. But wait a
take
minute.
Couple more.
Go ahead. What do you want me to do?
You want to take a couple more before we get into the job
I want to
report?
do what you want to do.
Because,
I want to do what you want to do.
let's take two more, and then I'll go to the jobs report. Just so y'all that are listening, please hang on. The jobs report is not that long.
Yeah.
It'll be information for you to bring to the call as well.
Okay.
To discuss.
Okay.
So let's take a couple of
Okay, let's
calls.
do it. Hello, caller. You're on.
Thank y'all very much for receiving my call. First, I want to say this, that that's absolutely correct. Racism, white supremacy will raise the blood pressure level. That's why racism, white supremacy affects health. Now, the Heart Association, as it were, they put out a new report that racism, white supremacy will affect your blood pressure level. It don't say if you don't talk about it. Well, don't talk about it and then don't mention it, then your blood pressure level will be normal. It says it affects the emotions. It affects it when you're being harassed, when you're being mistreated, when you're being terrorized, et cetera, et cetera. That's from the
When
medical
you're in the
heart.
hospital having a baby. When you're in the hospital having a baby.
No, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
When-
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
Go ahead.
When you're okay, so well, that's true too, because they mistreat women in hospitals.
Well,
that's why I said it.
Yeah, you
That's
look
why I
at
said it.
infant
I know
mortality.
it.
You look at all
Yeah,
of that.
infant mortality,
Yeah, sure.
All of that.
Yeah, all that. So to say, to kind of like, if you don't talk about it, it won't hurt you. It's gonna devastate you. That's why it's of the urgency to replace it. When you see on TV a couple of months ago, Lydia, when you saw on TV a couple of months ago, those Latinos were being escorted out of their own homes, and the men were in their underwear. That will affect your blood pressure level because you're being mistreated. This is by the Medical Association. It ain't from Ali. It's just the Medical and the Heart Association. Now, I don't know if y'all got to play it because I just logged on about 15 minutes ago. Frederick Douglass, I heard you talk about it on yesterday. Those words are as if he wrote it today, minus using the certain vocabulary that Lydia pointed out, that certain word that we don't use. But there's other words to take that place. The spirit of the letter is spot on, Lydia. Spot on as if he wrote it yesterday. We can take politics. I'm not telling no one not to vote, but we can take politics. The politician, I always forget his name, Lydia. Start with a T. Defeated Jasmine Crockett.
Tallarico. James Tallarico.
Yes. He went to a soul food restaurant with another black politician. I guess that's supposed to get us over the hump, because he went to a soul food restaurant. Somebody pointed out that James Carver, I think they call them posters or Democratic strategists. He said all you got to do is go to a black fish fry. Yeah, he said go to a black fish fry at church
and get them humming and swaying. You have to know how to. Yeah.
So the same thing applied. When they took the Tallarico to this soul food restaurant, that's we're supposed to be happy. Then Frederick Douglass, hundreds of years ago, a couple of 100 years ago, 150 or whatever, says, you smile in my face. I'm paraphrasing. You smile in my face, but your actions say you act worse than a race of savages. The same thing. Nobody talks about racism, reparations. Although we know we ain't getting them because they ain't through hurting us yet. You take Bernie Sanders. He's always smiling. They say, what do you feel about racism, what do you feel about reparations? Oh, well, that happened a long time ago. I don't think we need it. I don't think they need it. That's Bernie Sanders. Frederick Douglass described him a couple of 100 years ago. You smile in my face, but the way you act was shame a race or savage. Now, he didn't say that for Israel. He didn't say don't give that money to Israel. He didn't say don't give that money to so-called native people of this country. But when it came to black people, we don't need it. You smile in my face, but your actions will shame a race of savages. That's what I have, Sister Lydia. Thank you very much. If you have, I ain't trying to drop the mic and get off, but I just don't want to hold up other people that have something to say.
That's okay. You can drop the mic. We good.
No,
we
I
love
don't
you.
drop
We love
because
you.
it
Thank
makes
you for
breaking.
calling.
I can't take it.
All right. All right.
Thank you. All right, one more, and then we'll go to job support.
Caller, you're on with Lydia.
Good morning,
Good morning.
lady, long Flanagan and Perry Eley.
Yes, sir.
So, Perry, you don't remember Longwind, do you?
Yeah, David, Longwinded.
Longwind.
Yeah.
But anyway, so earlier y'all said something about reconstruction. So a lot of us passed, and then we don't know. The reconstruction period was probably broke down in 2 or 3 parts. Like the first 3 years of reconstruction from 1865 to 1867, they quickly gave Paris Eley and his cousins stuff. They property back and restored them, into the South, Virginia, and all that kind of stuff. And then the next part was they started passing laws and stuff to try to help you Negroes out. But and then the last part 3. Now we come into Jim Crow. So that means and they try to say Jim Crow linear lands from 1877 to 1977, and we know Jim Crow is still living in 2026, but we'll get that later. But so you gotta understand Jim Crow. They come up with all kinds of smile in your face, DEI, doggone. But Lydia, what I love about you, they tell it like it is. So, and then Paris, and then they say, and be for real. But Texas back say, well, we just like the false prophets, and the false prophets say, we in Candyland, everything is sweet. I mean, don't worry about it. Had to drag you off to a doggone Babylon, Lydia. And you said, what happened? I said, who that? What happened? I thought you said we was all right. We was saying Vietnam, I'm out of ammo. I said, big bayonet.
Yep.
Come on, man. What going on?
That's where the serious one fix bayonets.
The main thing when the Viet Cong go and see the Marine coming, they say, "Oh man, don't look good for us." They got here. They said big bayonet. hey man, I love y'all. So go ahead and tell me, man, you ain't got no money, you ain't got no job, you ain't got no teeth. I mean, it don't look good. Thanks, man.
That's Lydia, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby Ray. Thank you, Mr. Bobby Ray. Like Perry says, our favorite Marine.
Our favorite Marine.
He is with us this morning. Yes, and I know that some of that commentary that comes, Mr. Bobby Ray, ruffles some feathers, as you mentioned, and kind of feel like folks try to play in our face and all of that. But, different perspectives. We're open. And what was that call to action with Frederick Douglass we were talking about earlier? We always have tried to stand firm in defending equal protection for everyone. And that's what we do because we know that, a rising tide lifts our boat. So we'll listen to that. We'll move on because we know that what we're doing here is to uplift our folks. And sometimes the story isn't pleasant. Sometimes it is, and we have a lot of guests that come on here that talk that share a lot of good things that are going on out there, and folks that are that have the good fight going on and continuing on. So, we know what the deal is, but let's get into this jobs report. The June 2026 jobs report shows the economy is still adding jobs, but at a noticeably slower pace. Remember last month, he was on there talking about, 100-some thousand jobs. But employers added 57,000 jobs for June, which is far 1 million people unemployed, a small but steady change. The slowdown becomes clear when you look at the revisions. April and May were both revised downward, wiping out 74,000 previously reported jobs. This means the labor market has been cooler for months, not just June. So we get these, and I don't see any difference insofar as how people get the reporting in. You just not hearing as much pushback about it from this administration because their own the people that they put in place are there now. So you still have numbers being revised, right? Mm-hmm. And in most instances, is 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. So revised downward. And sector-wise, the gains were concentrated in professional and business services, social assistance, and healthcare, while leisure and hospitality actually lost jobs, a sign that consumer-facing industries may be feeling pressure from inflation and global uncertainty. Okay, there you go. Leisure and hospitality ought to be booming right now. Mm-hmm. So that means not as many people are traveling and doing different things out there this summer. The St. Louis Fed notes that the drop in unemployment wasn't driven by big hiring surges. It came from fewer people entering the labor force and more people stepping out of it. Labor force participation fell to 61.5%, the lowest level since 2021. So the picture for June is this. Job growth is positive but slowing. Unemployment is low, but partly because fewer people are looking for work and the labor market is resilient, not just as strong as earlier in the year. They're saying fewer people are looking for work. Well, there's not that many. Only 57,000 jobs were added. So I don't know. That was kind of weird. Just as not as strong for earlier in the year. Okay, labor market resilience. So sector breakdown. Professional and business services, 25,000 plus, continued strength in technical, scientific, and administrative roles. Healthcare has been in there for the longest because of the age group of folks, the elderly. 22,000 plus gains concentrated in ambulatory care and hospitals, still one of the most reliable engines of job growth right now, and I believe it will continue to be. Social assistance, 11,000. Driven by individual and family services, that more people needing social assistance, so they're hiring more people to help the people that need help. Okay, Government, 8,000 plus, mostly local government. Federal and state levels were flat. Manufacturing, 3,000 plus, small but positive uptick after months of uneven performance. That's interesting. That's something we need to keep our eye on. Construction, 2,000 plus. Non-residential specialty contractors carry the gains, and I made a joke about this. This is the people that's doing the reflecting pool and building the ballroom. So non-residential specialty contractors in construction. Leisure and hospitality, negative 18,000. A notable loss, signaling pressure on consumer-facing industries again. Retail trade, negative 9,000, reflecting softer consumer spending. So y'all aren't out there in the stores as much as you have been. So that showed up in June. Transportation and warehousing, negative 7,000, continued contraction tied to freight and logistics slowdown. Information, negative 4,000. ongoing declines in media and tech-adjacent roles, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, and financial activities, negative 6,000, extending a year-long pattern of job losses. So the June picture is this. Job growth is positive but cooling. Unemployment is low, but partially because fewer people are looking for work. And the sector story shows an economy shifting towards healthcare, professional services, and social assistance, while consumer-driven industries continue to soften. And that brings me to the post that Ralph Cooper made this morning, but iHeart Radio layoffs. So iHeart's programming realignment and the cuts that come with it lands differently when you look at the broader ecosystem of Black radio. Corporate radio, can absorb layoffs, consolidate shows, and replace local voices with national content. But community-funded Black radio doesn't have that cushion. Stations rooted in Black neighborhoods rely on local advertisers, cultural partnerships, and community trust, not massive national budgets. So when the industry tightens, Black radio feels the squeeze first and the hardest. And here's the part that matters. This isn't happening in a vacuum, y'all. The Trump administration didn't directly cause iHeart's restructuring. That's a corporate decision tied to long-term industry economics. But the administration's broader economic environment absolutely shapes the conditions Black radio is operating in. Rising costs, unstable ad markets, and reduced federal support for community-based media all make it harder for small stations to survive. When the national economy cools, local advertisers pull back. When federal priorities shift from community development, small media outlets lose access to grants and partnerships that once helped keep them afloat. So while iHeart's cuts aren't a direct political action, the ripple effects of federal policy hit community media first, especially Black radio, which has always operated with thinner margins and deeper responsibilities. Corporate radio can centralize, community radio cannot. And when the biggest players pull back on local programming, it widens the gap between national voices and neighborhood voices, leaving Black communities with fewer outlets that speak directly to their lived experience. That's the real tension. Corporate consolidation is a business story, but the survival of Black radio is a community story. And national policy shapes the ground those stations are standing on. So, Paris, I would love to hear your thoughts about this.
Well, there's a move afoot to come up with a coalition of Black broadcasters, and I'm using the term wide loosely here, to combat against the loss of information. What a Black, we used to say a station. When we talked about the loss of media, you'd be talking either about newspapers or radio. So to replace those losses, some journalists are now going online. So now you get Joy Reid, you get Roland Martin,
Don Lemon.
You get these people going to digital platforms to be heard. And since the digital platforms are booming, more American younger people are getting their news from those sources, and it's yet to play out. Now there is still another aspect of media that we have to take into account, and it is the social side of the digital platform, where people get a different kind of news, things that happen in the culture, entertainment. I'm thinking about things like the Clubhouse and No Jumper, those kinds of digital platforms that deal with cultural news. Charlemagne's program, Charlemagne the God, although
Right.
he's working with a corporate network.
Exactly.
But they've accused some of these networks now who have hired away these black personalities and brought them into a corporate setting, and now these corporations, because they have money at stake, are trying to undermine the black independent
personality.
media. Yeah, the black personalities. And it's not exclusively black, because there are a lot of white platforms that this is corporate, but they're aiming at undermining these black voices. So it is. It's a darkened picture, but it is a picture for opportunity. But it's going to be. We do get Brian Allen out of this, and that's an important thing. He has become a media mogul, fighting back for this, and he started his. Is Byron Allen?
Byron Allen.
Yeah.
Yes. And I see him on CBS, taking that Stephen Colbert slot.
Yes,
and
that's right.
I would love to see him given, like you say, a lot of these African American and other personalities that are being let go. It would be great to see him pick up some of those people to kind of spice up the space that he is operating in.
Yeah.
Because it widens the pool of talent there. And and the good news about this situation, bad news is layoffs, but the good news is, like you say, the streaming and all of the Joy Reads and all of the other shows that are out there, that gives opportunity for a platform for those shows and maybe others to maybe be able to operate under, so those people, the administrative people, you know what I mean, can form something that allows the consistency, I guess, the streaming platforms and all that stuff to help build those up, because a lot of those platforms that people may connect with us on, if they listen on the streaming side, you go out there and those platforms are free, and you get to connect with KCOH and others, and YouTube, so maybe YouTube will pick up some of those people that are getting laid off from iHeart. So yeah, where there's loss, there's opportunity as well.
Yeah, but and then it pushes to the larger question. So you get past that hurdle. Now you get on a platform.
Yeah.
You're going to run into the problem, and it's just a fight we got to have about Madison Avenue. The people can undo your form by simply not supporting you. And the ad dollars go overwhelmingly to white advertisers. That's Roland Martin will tell you that. He has had to. He's had to fight for what he has gotten, because when these people give out their ad dollars, the same they do with digital, the same thing they do in the brick and mortar world with stations that are standing. They move all the money to, most of the money they move to the corporate media, and they choose a few black stations and support them, so that the black media today, what we're seeing largely depends upon the support of its listeners. They don't get the large corporate contracts to sustain them, and this is what Byron Allen fought against. He took on McDonald's, and he is now taking aggressive legal action. He had a $10 billion discrimination suit against McDonald's, and he had some wins in that suit. So, and it served to pressure major ad agencies, and there are major ad groups out there who've responded to it, like General Motors, right? General Motors, McDonald's, but that's a hard, long fight, and it's tough for these independent stations to survive that. Our operation here is because a black man has an investment in the black community that he wanted to make to sustain our culture. And he wanted a certain type of broadcasting. Our patron wanted a certain type of broadcasting, and he put his own capital up front to do that. And so that there would be editorial independence. And that's not an easy thing to sustain, even if you've got an unlimited pool of, an expansive pool of financial resources. So, it becomes more difficult to go on from day to day, and that's what some of the larger corporations are depending upon. So they want to wait out some of these smaller platforms in the hopes that they'll go away, and they will buy some of them and then convert them to their purposes. So that's what.
And also probably using incorporating AI. A lot of these layoffs are probably tied to AI.
That's true.
So that they're realigning with that being probably one of their top priorities. Replace the actual people with the technology.
And that becomes a challenge even for black media outlets, right? Because if funds are being withheld, you don't have the budgets that were once there. At least you did have. There was a time when we had budgets so you could bring in interns, you could hire other people, but with the current budget constraints, it makes people look for it looks for other sources to
look for technology to fill in that gap.
That's right.
And that's something, having worked for African American owned company for a while, for a long time, is and operating on budgets, is that that's an option.
Yes.
And it's really always been an option. So it's not negative. And then what you do is you fill in the gaps with the technology, and then it's stair stepping, and then you raise up to the next level. Where are things now? And then you start pushing forward with it. So let's just in the Chronicle today, tying into this jobs narrative that we're on here. It just dropped its annual list of best companies to work for in our region. So what stands out this year is how much Houston's workplace culture is shifting. These aren't just companies with good salaries. They're organizations investing in people. So y'all keep this in mind. Building environments where employees feel supported, seen, and able to grow. So that still exists out there. That's some good news. There's still some organizations with this with this mindset, and these are kind of places that you're able to do that. And some people still feel that it's important to do these things. So where employees feel supported, seen, and able to grow. You see everything from energy firms to tech, healthcare, and hospitality showing up on the list. So y'all go check it out, which tells you something. Houston's economy is diversifying, and the companies rising to the top are the ones treating their workforce like an asset, not an expense. So what's interesting is how many of these employers are leaning into flexibility, mental health support, and real career development. That's a big change from the old model of just show up and grind. Workers want purpose, they want stability, they want respect, and the companies being celebrated are the ones responding to that shift. In a city as competitive and fast moving as Houston, the organizations that prioritize people are the ones building long-term loyalty and long-term success. That still exists out there. That's good news. So I'll just name a couple of these companies. Like I said, it's out there in the Chronicle. So Occidental, Chevron, David Weekley Homes, Powell Industries, some of these that y'all don't know, Technip, FMC, so a lot of engineering firms, Cheniere, DXP, Comfort Systems USA, Baker Hughes, KBR, CenterPoint Energy, Phillips 66, Farouk, and I think that might be the financial, Farouk Industries. Heinz is another one. So y'all go out there and, if you're looking for roles, I would start with these companies. Probably not a lot of openings because of people want to work for them. A lot of people want to work for them, but they could definitely be at the top of your list as you're looking. So that's some good news, Terry.
Sure. And that's across the nation because some of those places, we people might be listening online or whatever.
Absolutely. These are national and global in some instances companies. Yes. So definitely take a look and broaden your job search. Yeah. So let's get on. Unless you have another comment.
No. I just want. Yeah, I do. And it is this. You can check out Lydia Flanagan, the diversity of thought. Miss Flanagan and Lady Flanagan is here. Is with us right here, right now on The Source YouTube. You can get us out 12:30. The Source YouTube, and also online at kcoh.com.
Absolutely.
The Source. Hey. Hello, caller. You're on.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, guys. Stone Soul picnic going on here, baby.
Hey.
I could tell it. Hey, I just want to tell Texas Mike, if you're such an advocate, reader of Black history, it's Martin Luther King, not Martin Luther Jr., okay? So no one should ever make that mistake. So, did you have a breakdown on the Black and women on the jobs? You there? Hello?
A breakdown of Black women that have lost jobs?
The Black community as a whole and Black men.
Are you talking about female employment?
The unemployment breakdown. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh, the unemployment breakdown for women. Nah, I get the general job support. I can do that while you're talking. I can try, but go ahead.
Well, I'll be working on the same thing. Black women's unemployment rate recently hovered.
As far as the Black community as a whole, because our unemployment rate is always generally double.
Well, yeah. I'm getting ready to give you that right now. Black women's unemployment rate recently hovered at 6.2%. Which is higher than the overall national rate. And I guess that's where you guys want to start off. Job losses, corporate cutbacks, and diversity and inclusion, DEI programs are driving these numbers. New trade policies as well.
Oh, okay. I got Black unemployment is 6.6.
Yeah.
As of May with June 2026. They were saying pending there. But but
nearly double the rate
Black
of
or African. Yes, of the regular unemployment rate, usually double that.
And definitely, how does that affect our youngsters, the teens?
All of the teens and recent graduates are being affected. I mean, I've seen that. It's really rough out there. For recent grads and teens trying to find jobs at this particular time because jobs aren't being created. People aren't hiring. Even a lot of the summer jobs that they've had previously, the economy is slowing down. People aren't hiring. So yeah, everyone's affected. Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. I did want to know those numbers and see how the numbers are compared with what we had previously for as our community. You talked about the media, and I want to give congratulations to the defender, Miss Sonny Giles, 95 years of the defender total, and Sonny has owned it for another 45 years. We had a meeting yesterday, and she talked about the state of her business, and it's steady. It used to, and of course, when you talked about the sponsorship, which she definitely have some challenges there, but she has maintained. And we are still in business, and we do have a read out there. We in the HEBs, convenience stores, and all the areas, the multi-purpose centers out there in the areas in each ward. So that read is still out there, folks. So get out there and get it, and let's congratulate Sonny on her maintaining her business for 40 years and the defender being in circulation for 95.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. She has been a friend of this station and KYOK and the black broadcast community and press for many years, and particularly black radio here when there were only two stations. And she has been a friend and a supporter for years, and we always are willing to help Sinceria, and she knows that. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah. She's not only a good person, she's a good boss too, and she's very involved in her making her business run. I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know,
She's a pro. She's a pro.
She's a businesswoman. I can tell you that. She's a pro, like you said. So, but we all love her. I mean, we definitely love her. We talked about the Frederick Douglass speech, which definitely a very great speech, for lack of a better word, the bravery that he has, and without fear to go give this speech to this particular audience that he was in, and it shows the type of the man and foundation he had, his education, and how this great the man was when he gave that speech. And of course, we looked at that speech back then. It definitely had to do with slavery. You know, to let these people know that you're hypocritical what you're saying, that all men are created equal, but you want to keep a certain people in bondage. And he did address that. And far as slavery ending, slavery has ended as far as the physical part, the ball and chain, or the chains and things such as that. But we as a people, they're trying to bring us down financially, mentally, educationally, and that's something that we have to make sure that we continue that fight on. Now, they somewhat recognize us, but they don't want to embrace us in finance, and they don't want to embrace us in education. They don't want us in leadership, in political leadership. But that doesn't stop us from doing it. And we just got to keep out. And the number one thing we have to do is vote. I'm not going to go vote for Tallarico just because he went to a black soul food restaurant. I looked at some of the things that he's putting on his platform, and I like some of the things he talks about. He does. Is he going to get up there and pound his chest and say, "I want reparations for black people"?
I want to ask you a question. I'm so glad that you brought that up, because I want to ask you a question, because I called in Stephen's show on Wednesday, and I've been having this conversation, all of the chatter and stuff that's going on online about Jasmine Crockett, the race, and all of this. Well, I'm not going to talk about Jasmine Crockett anymore. I want to talk about Talarico and, like you say, the race he's running and what's happening there. Because that's he's running the race. He's a white man living in America, running in this race. So we don't want to give him, or I shouldn't say give him. To me it sounds like white privilege. Jasmine is not supposed to work for him. But at any rate, I want to ask you, based on what you've seen from Democratic leadership, let's not blame this on an individual politician running, but what you've seen from the races, from Kamala Harris to the Jasmine Crockett Talarico race that has occurred, and she did not win. We've seen all of these things come up where people aren't necessarily, Black people can work. We're the backbone of the Democratic Party. We can go out, we can campaign, we can stomp, we could go out, door walk, do all of these different things, and speak to the Blacks when they need us to. But when it comes down to electability, we don't seem to transition into these particular roles. Given that we're in Texas now, and we know, we're in Texas now. Paxton is there, and we know what he's about. The argument is we should just vote Democratic because of Paxton and to keep him out of office. That should be, at this point, there's nothing else. I've heard all these conversations on this station, and all bets are off. We do have an opportunity to take the Senate, which is the overall goal, to put this administration in check. We do have other states where there are Senate races where Democrats actually have a better chance than in Texas, and so if that's the ultimate goal, is to take the Senate, to constrain Trump and to do all these different things that we need to do with this administration, why can we make a conscious decision? We want to vote, but maybe you, I don't know, maybe you don't vote for that in that race. Maybe you do vote for that race, but it's not like if you lose, we don't necessarily lose the war. We still win the Senate. So if this is the hill that you want to fight on, why Democratic leadership that we are not going to be used in this way? We see what has occurred up to this point, and we want to tell you, send you a message that our votes are important, and whatever strategy you have going, we need to be a part of that, and our votes need to be valued. Can we take that position? And what's wrong with taking that position? Like I say, if the ultimate goal is to win the Senate, and we have a strategy to win the Senate, why are these, I think, short-sighted kind of arguments, and then maybe they're not short-sighted, but these other arguments that don't take the overall strategy and that we can still win into account and place all the onus on the Black community and Black women and just Black people in general, whereas if this guy doesn't win, that it has something to do with us. That narrative that puts us in that lens that I don't think we should be. We shouldn't be in that lens. I think the media is putting us in that lens. I think social media and people that we can't see that are making this, that are saying this, are putting us in this box, and I don't think that we should be there. So Are you
Well,
okay with making the
This
case?
this is
Go
my
ahead.
this is my this is my thought on this. Okay, Paxton doesn't need our vote to win, and he's not going to come after our vote to win, right? But Tallarico is going to
Tallarico,
need.
you mean? Okay.
Yeah, no. I'm saying Paxton don't need our vote to win. I'm talking about Jim
Paxton. Okay, I see. Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't
he
hear
don't.
you. Okay.
He don't, and he's not going to come get our vote. He's not going to
Right.
do anything to try to court us to say he's going to do this. Like he's not, because he feels that he got his constituency to enough to win. Now, Tallarico does have to address a multicultural electorate. He has to get white folks on his side. He has to get black folks on his side. He has to get Hispanics. He's got to get the Asians, and which is going to be a difficult task for us. But do we have value? Yes, we do. And I think some of the things that he's talked about, and he talks about, he's an education guy, and he wants to make sure that we have the proper education for our people, and he puts that out there. But we probably not hearing it enough. But if you get on his on his what I want to say, some of his advertising, what he's talking about, his platform, you can see some of the things that he talks about. Now, does a political person, someone that's running, going to specify that I'm going to do this for black people? I mean, I just don't think that is that's a electrical being elected type of situation, because it's going to turn out. So you use the narrative, all people, just like Obama did. Obama didn't come up and say he's going to do this for black people. Obama talked about doing everything for everybody, and of course he was Obama for us, So and we listened to his words and the way he talked to us, and we knew that he was for us. Now the thing about Tallarico, he has to get out there, not only going to restaurants and things such as that, but he has to put his feet on the ground like he did in Austin and Georgetown. I believe it was Georgetown area that he was at, which their demographic is
not a lot of black people in Georgetown. Yeah, not a lot of black people in Georgetown. But you're not answering my question, though.
I disagree with that one. I think it's a lot, because I did some business out there, and I saw a lot of us out there in certain areas of Georgetown. I think it is Georgetown.
I know some people live out there. Yeah.
But
that's not my point,
Scurry.
You're not answering my
question.
question.
That's
not
give
my
me
point,
the question.
Scurry.
Break it down to me.
The question is, should we vote in Texas, given that there's a path to controlling the Senate from other states? Should we in Texas feel if Tallarico does not, he has to come and garner our vote, and like you say, pictures in Mickey's Soul Food don't necessarily get you there, and pictures with certain politicians. And I would say that there is pushback, because I listen to a lot of black media and these black talk shows. He's not going to, unless, he said he's going to come here in September. We'll see. But he, to this point, has not been going to talk to black media either. He hasn't been spending his money in black communities to campaign. And so that's sending the message itself. And I'm just putting, every time somebody wants to use Jasmine Crockett, I want them to insert it with Tallarico. So the question is, should we be forced or pressed to vote for Tallarico? Not that we would vote for Paxton, but that we vote, but we may vote in other races, or we may write somebody in. We may do, I don't know. People have the choice of doing that. But should we just vote for him, or should we send a message to Democratic leadership that when you behave in this way with our communities, you need to come to us you show people how to treat you. You show them how to treat you. If you keep letting somebody press you because they know you don't have any other options, they're going to keep treating you that way. And that's my point. Not that I don't want to, that I may hold my nose and vote for him, but I'm just saying, we can still achieve the objective.
I don't think you should be pressed to vote for anyone. You should, look at what people are talking about, or if they are representing you and the things that you want.
But that's the vibe that's being given out. That's the message that's being sent out. We need to vote for him
what's our alternative then? If we don't vote,
your alternative
we won't
is
tell Rico. Wait, listen, can I finish? Just a little bit, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we shouldn't be pressed to be voting, but we have the alternative of not voting is what we have up there now. And the way the way things are being diminished, DEI and our history is being out of these guys.
That statement that you made is not correct. We are not telling people to not vote. That is not what we are telling people.
I'm not saying not vote. I'm just saying if we don't, if we're going to get out there,
but we are. If you vote, you have an option to leverage your vote in a certain way. It's not binary. It's not vote or don't. No, you can leverage your vote. You can send a message.
Right.
Other things
I agree with
that you can do.
And I agree with that. And Tallarico, I'm pretty sure, and his staff, his people that is around him, they're in his ear. Now, with I think it was Ron Reynolds with him at the soul food place at Mickey's, right? So he has to be in his ear. So you did a photo out going to Mickey's, okay? But Ron Reynolds got to be there in his ear. Jasmine Crockett got to be in his ear. His staff has to be in his ear. That hey, these people, you got to uproar these people, and you need to talk to them and see what their agenda is. And it has to happen. And that has to happen. I don't think that
that's been happening. They've been talking to him after March, after he won.
Is he losing a closed ear and saying, "Hey, I don't need the black vote"? Which if he's going on that strategy,
I think that his actions and his money show that he is choosing to not reach out in the ways that we know.
Well, see, only he can do it, though. He's the one that he's got to get out here and advertise, and he has to do it. He has to change that, and we need to get that information to him. You have to change. This is what we feel, and if you're not spending money with us, then you're not going to get us.
So what do we do? What do we do, Skirt? We still, when November comes,
I would say,
and this is still the direction. Do we go vote?
Yes.
Do we go vote for him? What do we do?
He's supposed to have an open forum where we can reach him and say, "Hey, come on our radio station." His staff has to tell him that, and we have to keep doing it. I mean, the squeaky wheels gets the grease, right? So if you got to keep on,
he has had the forum. He has had the forum. He has had the opportunity from the time he won
can answer that question
up to now.
Why he's not doing it. Why?
What I'm asking you the question is, what do we do? What do we do if he doesn't do it and he continues to do what he's doing now? What do we, as the African American community, what do we do? Do we go down and we vote for him anyway? Or what do we do?
I say we keep pressing on until he gets that message that he has to be here. Now, this is July. This is July, right? How many more months we got left for the election in November?
You got a little over 3 months. Mm-hmm.
3 months?
4 months.
November is
3 to 4 months,
isn't it? So we in the 7th month now, so we have about 4 months, right? So if he doesn't start moving and he doesn't hear the outcry, then it's going to be damaging on him.
No, you didn't answer my question, though. You didn't answer my question. Do we vote for him? Do we vote? Should we vote for him if he continues on doing now?
See, that's a hard given answer to, but I know I don't want Paxton in there. So, like you say, will I stick my nose up and vote for him? I guess I will have to, but I'm not going to not. Not vote is a vote for Paxton, and you're going to have more of the steal and that he's doing now. And like you say,
but you know what you're doing when you do that. If you hold your nose and you vote for him, you letting Democratic leadership know that they can treat you any kind of way because they never approached you and you still gave them what they wanted.
I've said this to you several times that the Democratic Party has to get unified and listen to the people out there. Remember, I told them don't start. So I mentioned it to you when you had the young lady from I think it was the Harris County. Yeah, that
Gibson,
don't
Tracy
wait too
Gibson.
late.
Yeah.
Get out there and get out to the people. And if Tellerico, he's got to spend money, and if he continues not to do it, do we not vote for him? I mean, then we're back at where we at now. We're stagnated.
Okay. We're back at where we are,
okay.
and so there you go. You haven't achieved anything. You haven't stood on any principles.
But,
you're just saying,
I'm
going
to express my vote that I'm not going. Paxton is not going to win on if I have something to do with it. So you know where I'm at.
I got you.
All right.
Thank you.
Good conversation.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, callers, we see you. We're coming to you. All right, go ahead, caller,
we
please.
see you. Sorry about that. I'll
good
go
morning.
quicker.
It's a reason they got the undercard in the main event. Yeah, but nevertheless, I tell you the truth.
Good morning.
You know. Can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
They can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Dr.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we hear you clearly. But
okay.
You got to remember the local podcast of Jim Hicks, Prairie View Hall of Famer, and Cheat Sheet they call him, and Robert Hatter, sports agent extraordinaire. His agents include Hall of Famer, Heisman Trophy winner Charles Woodson, and Orlando Pace, who was the #1 pick in the NFL draft, and Anthony Hardaway, NBA, and Michael Ray, NBA, Robert Hatter, Chop Shop, HTX. But look, I wanted to speak on the issue quickly, if I may, when we talk about the jobs report and things of that nature, the economics of it. What are we doing? We talk about jobs, but what are we doing to position ourselves as Black business owners, small and mid-sized businesses, to position ourselves for the great wealth transfer? It is the report by CNBC and many other Reuters and Forbes that in the next 10 years or earlier, there are going to be some small businesses and mid-sized businesses the baby boomers who own them are going to be wanting to sell their businesses. Mm-hmm. What are we doing as business owners to position ourselves to take advantage of what they deem $3 trillion in business assets, not just being employees, but being employers. And the other question I had was, when we look at the economy and what this administration is doing to eliminate highly qualified Black women from the federal government and trying to get rid of Dr. Lisa D. Cook, who's with the federal board, the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. Dr. Lisa Cook, who was a PhD economics from Cal Berkeley. You know how tough Cal Berkeley is. And yet Trump trying to get rid of her from a term which her term doesn't end, a 14-year term doesn't end to 2038. She just got in there. And he's trying to get rid of her on some bogus mortgage shenanigans. And that's just like trying to get rid of Supreme Court Justice, Associate Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. They have the qualification and criteria. So when we talk about economics and jobs, I think we're speaking too much of employees as to
employers. And one final comment on Dr. Cook. See, Dr. Cook, Spelman undergraduate, Spelman in Atlanta, HBCU, she wrote an article on the discriminatory practices of Jim Crow and lynching as it pertained to Black inventors and Black patent holders. You know what a patent is? A patent is the owner of an invention or innovation. She wrote a series of articles on the role of Jim Crow in stymieing Black inventions in the South. In the northern states, Black people had more patents. And Dr. Norbert Rudio of New Orleans, who invented the way to refine sugar, Black people couldn't get patents in the South, and there was less for the idea. So when we talk about economics, what are your thoughts on not just voting in and of itself, but the economics that ties into those positions and laws of voting? Voting is in and of itself. So that's what my comment.
Thank you, Don. Thank you for
Don,
bringing that up. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And so I would say really quickly that I speak to business owners and folks that want to start new businesses all the time, Office of Business Opportunities, and different people from the city of Houston have been on the show. So definitely understand that. We all know that there statewide, there's been a law passed insofar as certifications for the city and for the state for Black-owned businesses, and that they can't classify under those designations anymore. So obviously, voting does tie into economics, of course. Lisa, oh my gosh. Federal Reserve. What's her last name, Paris? I'm sorry.
Lisa D. Cook.
Lisa Cook. Lisa Cook.
Yeah.
And the Federal Reserve. And so, yes, discussed her and what she's been facing for the past couple of years under this Trump administration, and I believe the Supreme Court ruled for her in regards to these charges and what's going on with that. But there's also a ruling that's occurred in the Supreme Court that limits the power of federal agencies by overturning and weakening long-standing deference about this. So, the court, the shift gives the president, including Trump, more direct control over federal agencies now. I mean, the Supreme Court just did that, because agency decisions can be challenged, overturned, or reshaped more easily. That doesn't mean that he takes over the agencies overnight, but it does mean he now has greater leverage to direct, reshape, or restrain them. Precisely. All but the Federal Reserve. They didn't do the Federal Reserve, but they did a whole lot of other agencies that affect our economics. The Department of Commerce, the Department of Treasury, the Federal Trade Commission, the SEC, the Federal Communications Commission, Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, and indirectly, the Federal Reserve through regulatory interpretation challenges. But at any rate, yes, we do discuss that. We are talking about that. I know Boris Miles, they were working on trying to get these certifications, that ruling overturned. I've been trying to get him on to get more thoughts and see where that is. But I'm sure the state and Abbott is fighting back really hard to make sure that stays in place. So we're fighting. That's what we're doing. For Black-owned businesses. And insofar as the Great Wealth Transfer, of course, overall, that transfer applies to the majority community through baby boomers transitioning down to millennials. And yes, there is going to be opportunity for those businesses to be purchased, but if our community, some of our people will be able to take advantage of it. Some of them will, but are there going to be as many as we would like? Probably not. And those businesses are going to be valued. I'm sure they're going to cost a lot. But Byron Allen was able to, as we were discussing earlier, he was able to make that transition and to do that type of thing. So maybe we'll have these millionaire, billionaire folks that are already in business act as venture capitalists in order to help give these other people that are out here a leg up that may not have enough money to purchase some of these businesses. Maybe they'll fill in the gap. But I do think, and we will continue to discuss that as we move forward, Don. So thank you for your call.
All
Next
right.
caller.
Yes, indeed. All right. Hello, caller. You're on.
Well, look who's here. Happy birthday to America. Happy birthday to Paris. And good afternoon to the arch feminist.
Good afternoon.
What we do we vote for Talarico anyway? HELLNO. Do not vote for a 5-foot-tall, 120-pound vegan transgender who believes that the southern border should be open. Wait a minute, I'm not done. Southern border should be open, high taxes, high regulations, and that women and females and girls are not referred to by their names. They are our neighbors with uteruses. Talarico is a total disaster. I think to give him your vote, not spending any money, would be a disaster. Now, you say, then we're back where we are. Well, where are we? 4% inflation, secure borders, tough on crime, getting boys out of girls' sports. We saying? Round up illegal aliens. That's far better than we would be if Talarico got in. The average black person doesn't even know what Talarico stands for. Can't spell Talarico. Why should he get the black vote? Ms. Lydia?
Well, I'm not going with what you're saying. Insofar as the conservative approach or the Republican approach, I don't think that that's the reason that that Talarico should be put to task. And I did not say don't vote. And I'm not saying don't vote for Talarico. I think that we need to vote, but we need to send the Democratic Party a message at the same time. Just forget about the conservatives. Don't even take them into account. Look at what's going on in your communities right now, how you're being affected right now. All of this stuff about jobs. We just went through the job numbers. They aren't good, and they
were
aren't
great
good.
last month though, and you
no, they
that.
were, and they got reduced. They got reduced, and they got reduced. Last month's numbers got reduced because the overall economy. Barry, you cannot get on here.
You seem to take pleasure.
Trump,
you seem to take pleasure in that.
Nothing good is going on with this
everything
Democratic
good is going
administration
on.
Insofar as the economy.
Everything good is going on.
You are blind.
May I get a word in? May I get a word in, please?
You already said a lot.
In?
You already said a lot.
I did not say a lot. I was cut off.
A negative.
May I get a word in, please?
You trying to say that this administration's economy is strong, and it is not.
We are not.
This economy's administration is not wrong. Strong. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Paris, can I get a word in?
No,
she's got the floor. She'll be the deciding factor. The two of you are talking. I'm operating as control.
May I get a word in, please?
This is diversity of thought, sir. So you can either
talk to
Lydia Flanagan, diversity of thought, or not.
Diversity includes the other side, right? Well,
go ahead and make your
point. The other side is better than the Democrat side is. The Democrat side now is embracing socialism. And socialism is not going to work in America. It's not going to work for black folks. How is that better than capitalism where we are now? No, it's not okay.
It's not socialism. It's not socialism. And you're not familiar with the spectrum. You can Social Security is socialism. Public schools is socialism. Fire departments and police, anything where our money,
I'm calling on people out there.
Is a form of socialism.
Let's vote for Mr. Paxton for Senate because Talarico is a joke. A 5-foot-tall vegan transgender is not worthy of being in the Senate.
What does his height have anything to do with it?
It does have everything to do with it. He's trying to come across. He's trying to come across as John. He's trying to come across as John Wayne. He's not John Wayne.
Stop with the personal
John
attention.
Wayne.
You're so funny, is John Wayne.
Love this arch feminist Paris. If she was only on the right side of the issue, Paris, she'd be great, wouldn't she? My God.
You got enough Candace Matthews or whatever those ladies' names are. Anyway, Mr. Barrett, thank you. Enjoy your 4th of July.
All right, caller, you're on.
Oh, Lord. Hello.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Lydia?
Morning.
Hey, good morning to you and Uncle P. You know, I'd rather vote for a vegan than to follow the Legion of Treasonous.
Ooh.
But this is, I just want to say, you know, Frederick Douglass spoke in 1852 without a microphone. It was not invented, or a loudspeaker was not invented. But yet the truth is still amplified 174 years later. It begs me to ask the question, are you any better than your father? In some ways you are, but today, in 174 years ago, and what that speech is actually ringing today louder than ever, today in modern day America, 250 years later, Lydia, we used to stand in muddy water. Today we stand in cloudy and filtered water because black people, you should be wise enough today to hear the unpleasant and strong truth today. I know many of you believe, and you love the sound of that term community. Then if that's the case, then why don't you walk and act like it? But that's what you are. You don't like you. Well, that's not really what you are. If you really want to really look at it, why is it that you don't like the term colony in describing us? And let's see if what I'm saying is wrong. Because isn't it something, Lydia, that the monies that's made in our neighborhoods, what does it do? It don't stay in there with you. Not the majority of it. The majority of it leave out, right? Who's controlling the politics in the black community? Outsiders. The law enforcers are still treating you as though you are under 24-hour surveillance, aren't they? And then let me end it with this one word: gentrification. Many of the black communities, so-called communities anyway, if you really want to know who owns the land, the property values up in your area in the land, go talk to a real estate agent and let them pull up all that information. And boy, you'll be surprised. I remember, Lydia, when I was going to Forest Brook High School, the girls used to get together and walk down the hallway. And you probably heard this too. If you don't get out the way, we'll kick you out the way. That's all I call to say, sister.
Thank you for calling in, and have a wonderful holiday. Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, then. Maybe that was your that old fighting spirit, huh? Okay. Right.
That old, yeah.
That old fighting spirit. Okay, we got another caller here, and then we got another voice for you. Hello, caller.
Hello. Good morning.
Miss Lydia, thanks for taking my call. Black excellence at its best. You know what I find amazing to me? They tell me if you have a college degree, you're educated. You have a good common sense about things. How can two black men, Mr. Berry and Mr. Coffee, claim that this president has our best interests at heart? Everything he's doing is trying to turn back the clock. What sense does that make? How is they going to try to speak for the white man, and the white man already got the power base already in place? He can speak for himself. They don't need them two people. I want to say something different, but I'm trying to be respectful, to try to represent them. They got their representation already in place. They got their power structure already in place. They could care less how they feel and who they vote for. Yeah. Do they family members have the same opportunities as they family members have, the white occupants? Yeah. Oprah Winfrey went overseas to a foreign store. She was followed. You know.
Yeah.
She was deemed.
Yeah.
You know, she was cast as a crook, and she's a billionaire. This has implications all over the world, not just the United States. We're being looked at all over the world. I've been in the military for 14 years, been all over the place. You know, they still follow black people around overseas. Where does this come from? From all this stuff being broadcast, you know, throughout this country. So,
well,
on
the other end, we have.
I'm listening.
I'm sorry. We have, on the other hand, we have listeners and callers like you, and like Dawn that called earlier. And sorry, Dawn, I'll speak to the patent question that you or thought that you had as well. But that juxtapose the thoughts that they have. Like what Dawn was talking about economics, I don't know how you can't speak to Black economics in our communities and how it helps our communities grow. But you on the side of this administration who is, you know, trying to stop all of these things from happening to help our communities grow.
Yeah, but if you want to see
I don't
Black
know how that
economics,
happens.
you know, if you want to see Black economics, all you got to do is ride through the Black community. Go to the 3rd Ward, go to 5th Ward, go to Sunnyside.
Yes.
Seattle's communities,
Yes.
how they thriving. You go to these other communities and see what they got in place. Makes no sense. You got eyes, but you don't see. You got ears, but you don't hear. So what is it going to take? And as far as
I think what
Rico,
they feel is that we don't like ourselves. I think that they feel like the Black community doesn't like itself. That's the reason you see all the crime, the death. That's usually kind of the thought process that goes along with that. And if it's our fault, and if we stop doing certain things, then everything will be all right. But that's not the case.
You made a comment about should Black people leverage their vote. I mean, in certain circumstances, I can see that. But at this point in time, we only got one choice right now, and Tellerico's that choice right now. You know, it's not a lifetime appointment. If you don't do the job he's put in to do, vote him out. Put somebody else that's qualified to do it. He can be a one-term senator.
But when
do
you send that message? But when does that hard conversation happen with the Democrats? When does that hard conversation happen with the Democrats? We keep putting it off, and we never have it. They don't want to have it. They're not going to be put to task unless
but right now
you get them up against the wall.
Right now, you're in one of the best positions to take over Texas, make Texas turn blue. You can't afford to lose that opportunity. He could be a one-term lame duck, whatever you want to do.
Is it more important to make Texas turn blue? Is it more important to make Texas turn blue, or is it more important?
What's more important? We
for
get the
the
power in
nation?
place so we can change things. We can change the laws and hold people
Is it
accountable.
more
That's the most important thing.
Is it more?
It's not
is
the fact
it
that
more
it's turning blue
important-
that we have the opportunity to make our voice heard, where it makes a difference.
Sir, but you also have an opportunity to take the Senate nationwide, not just through Texas. There are other states that actually have more of a Democratic bent, that have senators running where we have even a better chance of controlling the Senate. So is it more about controlling the Senate in Texas, or is it more about controlling the Senate nationwide overall?
Each individual state, they have to make that judgment on their own. What's best in their particular situation. Texas, we need to turn Texas blue. We need to control Texas. Well, our voices will be made. We hold this guy accountable in office right now.
All right.
Thank you for taking my call.
Okay, thank you. And Lydia, we got another voice here for you. Or you want to go to break for a minute and have a reset? Or you?
Let's do that.
Thank
you, Tara.
Okay, all right. We are the source. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I want to say good morning to Travis, too. Good morning to Travis McGee and Keith Downey, who did such a wonderful job yesterday talking about our local government. And wherever you are, I hope you're having discussions in your city, your town, your municipal districts and talking with state legislators and talking about the state legislatures and how they function and the ways you can become more influential. All of that happens in cities and states across the country. And so we advocate for community involvement. And yesterday we had a fine example of the exchanges that have to take place between our callers and our local community activists and advocates. And more of this wonderful conversation with Lydia Flanagan right here on Diversity of Thought this morning.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230 KCOH.com, Sankeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source. Informative, entertaining, inspiring. It's the Jackson Political Report, hosted by veteran political strategist Ron Jackson. Ron will discuss local, state, national, and international politics. The show features commentary, guest interviews, and audience dialogue. The Jackson Political Report, this Saturday morning, 10 to 11 on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental, 713-738-1999.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230 KCOH.com, Sankeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away, but the drive is definitely worth it. E. Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You're going to find it all at Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside. You don't have time to make the drive? Hey, no problem, no problem. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you got to do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
And now, a message from the future frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z, and millennials. If you're ready to make your voice count, here's how you make it happen. First, register to vote. It only takes a few minutes. Just look up your local election office and follow the steps for your area. Next, verify your information. Confirm your name, your address, and your polling location so nothing slows you down. And don't wait for election day. Vote early. Pick your day, pick your time, and skip the lines. Make your plan to vote early and vote to be heard. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH, The Source. Ralph.
The future of thought is right now. And the future of thought is on the phone, too. The future frequency is on the phone. Hey, good morning, Lydia. Lydia, I'm telling you, hot this morning. I got one of your callers couldn't wait to get on. I gotta get my ticket sales. I gotta have some tickets printed here. I got a caller who came by this morning. One of our favorites as well.
All right.
Yeah. We got Bo in the studio with us this morning.
Hey, Bo, how you doing?
Good morning, Lady Flanagan. As Texas Mike would say.
Man. That's Lady Flanagan.
Well, that's what Texas Mike gave you, Lady Flanagan.
My lady.
Yeah.
My lady. I
my lady. Okay. Well, Lydia
Lady
is
Flanagan.
fine. Thank you.
Lydia will do. Huh? Okay.
How you doing, Bo? What you doing for this
Happy 5th
weekend?
of July.
4th of July week.
Happy 5th.
Happy 5th of July.
Yes. Because he said he wasn't free on the 4th, right?
Yes, right.
He still was going to be in bondage on the 4th, right? Even though we was...
That's right.
Okay, yeah. So, so I celebrate the 5th, not the 4th. Because we wasn't independent.
Well, you know what? I was watching this documentary, and they were talking about the 4th of July and when the paperwork was written to say we are, the United States is literally free from British rule, blah, blah, blah. And so that paperwork got mailed, and so the King of England didn't receive the actual paperwork, although they were expecting it, until later in July, like the 22nd or something along those lines. So 2 or 3 weeks later, the paperwork arrived. So England found out formally, not on the 4th of July, much a little later. Kind of not like us.
They must have the current Postmaster General we have now.
must have the snail mail.
Yeah.
Exactly. They must have snail mail.
Well, you saw when they asked him that question in the hearing the other day about would he deliver the mail, and he kind of hedged it a little bit, on those mail-in ballots.
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't see that. That was the Inspector General for who was that? The
Postmaster General. The
Postmaster General. Postmaster General.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's some trickery getting ready to go on in November, right?
Well, trickery is always going on. He just doesn't realize that he's keeping everybody sharp with all of this daily deluge of things that are going on, and not to mention his this thing with his money and how much he's earned. And you know what? I am a capitalist. I mean, I worked in finance for years. That's me. And I'm not like these other people though, where say, "Oh, he's a businessman. What do you expect?" and that. For me, when a leader's commercial track record is shaky and the presidency becomes a multiplier for that brand without the public ever seeing the full financial picture of him, his taxes before he came into office, that mismatch, public duty versus private gain, image versus verified reality, that's what I have a problem with. You didn't have, you had money, but you exponentially increasing your money, and the way you were doing business before was shaky, and so it looks like the grifty, it just grifty on top of grifty.
Yeah.
And that's what bothers me a lot about it, is you weren't this great. A lot of your stuff was image through the Apprentice and all of this other thing. It was just image.
Yeah, he owed
So,
NBC some money for his success. And I think part of what went into the Supreme Court decision with Lisa Cook the other day was the corporate interests that would be adversely affected had they ruled the other way. Knowing that had they ruled in Trump's favor on that, then when these corporate interests are on the other side of the thing, then
the table.
Yeah, it wasn't pan out the way it needed to pan out, and I think a lot of them, they was worried about, okay, if we start going down this slippery slope, now they wasn't worried about. Now they'd have made contrary decisions on everything else, but here you make this decision, and then you say because the Fed need to be independent, right? But these other regulatory agencies need to be independent as well. So, I just think capital interest went into that decision being made by the U.S. Supreme Court. And next week I get into talking to you about KBJ with her and Clarence Thomas, because that's going to take too long.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just about to say, interesting that you would mention that there is a lot to be had, a lot more to be said on all of these conversations. And Lydia, as promised, we got our guy on this. We got our guy on this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Lawrence Harris is here, so you get the original twofer. You get the original twofer on a Friday. All right, we got Michael has agreed to join us. Good morning, top job, Hall of Famer, Michael Lawrence Harris. Good afternoon to you, Mike.
Wait just a dadgum moment. What do you mean Mike has agreed to join us? I was talking to you when I was in the hospital, man. Now you know if I'm at home.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So don't be acting like I'm some sort of prima donna. Hey, Lydia.
Oh, no, man.
Hey.
You know that.
Now,
Michael
that's the prima donna.
Michael's the original two-piece. The original Rich's two-piece. Don't just get it twisted.
No, I think I had three or four pieces with me. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much. You said you're back at home now?
Oh yeah, I've been home for about a week. I'm a bad Negro.
Oh, yes you are. Yes you are. Superman.
No, God blessed me to get through this, and pretty soon I'll be back in the saddle again fully. I lost a lot of weight, and I thought I was looking fine. Other people tell me I was looking like a zombie. So I'm, I guess I'm on my way back now. No, I look really bad. I gotten down to less than 140 pounds. Yeah, in your category.
You need to make your Frenchies run. Missy Vaughn's Frenchies run, and get you some of those greens and all the other stuff there, and get your weight back up.
No, I'm comfortable being thin again.
Okay.
But if you really want to help, you can go and buy me some clothes to fit.
Buy you some clothes.
I'll put you some spots in while y'all go shopping. I'm imagining it's going to be a quick trip.
So Lydia has a hookup, and they got these places where you buy one, you get one free.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And see, even the dogs are excited about that. You hear them?
Say hi to your granddog.
You got your granddogs over there.
Yeah. Look, Michael. Let me catch you up on what's going on here. Lydia is here, and Bo stopped by. Bo stopped by as well this morning. So he and Lydia were having a conversation until you got on, and so they can update you on the conversation that they were just wrapping up. I think was the conversation about the $2 billion. I'm going to start from that point because that's what I heard. The last thing they were talking about, and I thought that might be in your
Trump's
wheelhouse
$2
as well. Yeah, Trump's $2 billion.
And
go ahead.
Also, I heard you were talking about it. Thanks, Terry. Also, I heard you your blood pressure ran up a little bit yesterday. I missed it. I had a dentist appointment yesterday, and I think I missed it while I was at my appointment. Yeah, your blood pressure got run up, and you had to disconnect somebody yesterday. So I heard all about. I heard about that. Wait, really? You acting like did it happen or no?
Frankly, my dear, I don't remember.
You don't
I think that was a couple of days ago.
Was
And
that
you
a
have to
couple of
remember
days ago? Okay, I thought that was yesterday.
Well, this is theater for me. And I'm James Earl Jones.
That's right. You on the stage.
Yeah.
That's right,
and,
Michael.
Yeah, that's all. So, no, I don't let these people get under my skin. I may act like it.
Yeah.
But, hey, you know, it's sort of like, who was this gay guy who used to be Lothario in the movie? Black guy. Wouldn't touch a woman, but he did in the movie.
Oh, Marshall, you talking about, what's his name, William Marshall?
And I love me some William Marshall. Okay?
That was Dracula.
You interviewed, yeah, but he was more than Dracula. You know Dracula was a creation, right? Blackula. Yeah, okay.
I'm saying, I remember, y'all know more about it than I do.
Now we're going to do the age thing. Okay.
No.
I can't win with you. I can't win with you youngsters. I'll leave you.
He was a trained, theater person.
Trained thespian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thespian. Okay.
And so, you know, people can say and do and act, you know, in any particular way. And for me, of course, conversation is about acting. We have to, you know, we have to add extra stuff into it in order to make it exciting, right?
Yeah, make it exciting. That's right. Make it exciting. Yeah. So, have you been excited? And you know, Trump's been exciting us for years now. Have you been excited by anything he's done recently, or no? About all the money he earned?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't say excited. I am extremely concerned because they have said for years that people were not supposed to use their government offices as a way of making money.
Right.
And people have lost their jobs over that. And I'm just wondering, how can the president sit there and be cutting deals with all kinds of people that he is also, has the ability to give contracts to or take it away? It's like the people over at Channel 13, to me, the most conservative station that we have. But because they had, what's his name on Stephen Colbert, or was it Jimmy Kimmel? One of them.
Jimmy Kimmel.
They are under attack. And so we see that under the Trump administration, things that used to be considered illegal, immoral, not constitutional, he has his, I know he has at least one Uncle Tom on there with him, and a bunch of other, I guess, white supremacists, the neo-Nazis or whatever the hell they are, because they're making all these rulings taking away again the rights of persons who happen not to be born white or classified as white. And in my entire lifetime, that has been a fight, and we thought that we were getting somewhere, and he wants to move us back. And he's getting richer and richer. Oh, I'd love for somebody to be able to, I'd love to be able to make $2 million. VFW.
Right. Or 200 or 200,000. I think that's how much he was making a year. But he said, "Oh, y'all can have that back. I'll make it up on the other end." But I just believe that what makes it so egregious for me, and that's what I was saying. Many of his business ventures before his presidency didn't consistently produce real profits, Michael. But often, it was a facade of profitability, a public image of success that didn't always match the underlying financial reality. And for me, because I'm a big capitalist, I worked in the financial industry, so I've spent for years, that disconnect becomes even sharper when you remember his tax returns from those years, the documents that wouldn't confirm his true financial standing. Weren't publicly released prior to his presidency, his first presidency. So when that same model gets amplified, by the power and visibility of the presidency, it is different for me. And the fact that he's made all this money on the other end, and it says all the time. I mean, the mindset is that okay, well, these foreign countries gave me this plane, but the only reason they gave this plane is because of me. It's me. I'm doing, what I'm doing, and y'all aren't doing it. Even with the Republicans, y'all aren't doing, And I think that that's going to be the end of the story for him when it comes to, next year. It's like, okay, well, the Trump show may go away, and it may not be going away. And what's that saying that I forget who used to say that? It's good to be king.
Mel Brooks.
That's kind of where.
Is that
Mel Brooks?
Mel Brooks?
That's what
Yeah.
it is.
It's good to be the king.
Mm-hmm. It's good to be the king. That's what's going on. So we got our 250th birthday, and I remember 1976. That was beautiful. I was a teenager, and a lot of people, everybody was celebrating in 1976. And now it's like this whole theme, this drama that he's bringing. It's like our birthday, the country's birthday, but he's taking it over. It's about him as well, and that's what I don't like.
Well, he's a narcissist.
Yeah.
And he's a what do you call it? Addicted narcissist. That's his drug.
What kind of narcissist, Michael?
Addicted.
Addicted to the narcissism. Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
And you know how hard it is to beat addiction, and you have to want to get out of it, and he enjoys it.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to give him the credit for being one of the shiftiest grifters that we've ever had in American history.
Do you call him like the griftiest of grifters? I love that.
Has there been one better?
No, there has not. You got to give it to him on that. I mean, he just, I just came back from vacation, went to a few places, but one of the places, and I hear you talking about it too on your show, is Atlantic City. And that's what he reminds me of. Just dirty. And just, kind of cleaned up. You can clean it up and it looks good on the outside, but I don't know. He's just, and I know he had a few of his casinos there, if not one big one that went under where he didn't pay a lot of people. And so the grifty was going on even way back then. And I think you picked up on the grifty, didn't you?
Yeah. People have a right to run their game. And a lot of people run it. And unfortunately, if you happen to be ethnic minority in this country, if they see you even standing outside of a store, the first thing they think is criminal. You're what do you call it, casing it? or somebody, you have somebody
Yeah.
on the inside who's robbing it, but you can have the President of the United States who is making billions of dollars from his office, and that is not supposed to be allowed, but it's being allowed to happen. And does he have something on those Supreme Court members that he appointed or the judges that he's appointed, or is he paying them off too? I don't know how they are being allowed to do this when, if we were, didn't somebody just, KP George, they went after KP George, they went after, I think they tried to, they've attacked some black folk, but I know you probably know, though, can't remember those names better than me. Well, there are alleged improprieties concerning handling money, even, what do you call them, not superintendents, but principals at schools for misapplying funds.
I mean, the mayor is going through something, isn't he? With the comptroller investigating one of the people that he hired.
Chris Hollins.
Yeah.
Chris Hollins.
Yeah, it's calling.
And
Chris is calling out the mayor because he hired who was the guy?
He hired
was
some
it Chris
type of
Brown?
Chris Brown, the former
sorry,
controller. Yes.
Yeah, I got a lot of Chris's in this shakeup here. in this intrigue.
But I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you were still there.
Yeah.
But some can, some can't.
Michael?
I'm here. You can't hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just said some can and some can't. I told you, I tell this story, and it's an old story because it was in 68, 69, when I went to Carthage High School from Turner High, which was the black school. And I wanted to be a journalist, and so I took typing. And we had 14 manual typewriters, and we had one electric typewriter. And when I went over to Carthage High, I took typing 2, I guess, so I could learn how to use an electric typewriter. The teacher told me that, nope, you learned how to do that the year before. And I told her that we only had one electric typewriter and we did it on manuals. And so I said, but I can use a manual typewriter. And she says, we had no manuals. So at the Negro school, we had 14 manual typewriters and one electric typewriter that you could only use when you became a senior. Over there, for the juniors, they had electric typewriters, and for the seniors, they had electric typewriters. They had no manual. So what does that tell you? They don't want us to be prepared. They want to be able to deny us opportunities because we don't have the knowledge. Why don't we have the knowledge? Because they try to deny us access to it. And it is still happening. They're doing it to Texas Southern right now. I think they're trying to mess with Prairie View. Anything to keep them with the economic and the educational advantage. And even when we are the most qualified, they still say simply because we are ethnic minorities that we are not as qualified. And that is a crock. And I know you know that because you're in the midst of it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. But my question is, so the money. So all of these people, because it's not just black people, all of these people that are, their benefits, their SNAP benefits have decreased, can't afford insurance, all of these different things, can't find a job, all of this crazy stuff that's going on out here in the economy. Why is the majority not? Why are there people that aren't, protesting and saying something? Hey, that's not right, or this or that, or
I have
people
a question.
on Fox,
I have a question for you.
Yes.
I can't remember the name of the movie or anything, but somebody asked the question, if you ain't better than a nigger, then who are you better than? Do you remember that line?
Mississippi's burning, wasn't it?
I do. Mississippi burning. And Michael, I hear you on that. I guess my thing is just even take it away. Let's take it away from the race. Let's just look at white people and white people. Why are they not concerned or saying something about the president works for the people, works for all people, supposed to, but works for them. So if they see that all of these things, they can't hardly buy food or just let's take not well. I know you racist and everything. I get that.
Not niggers. They still ain't Mexicans. They still nobody's trying to stop Europeans from coming over here, white Europeans anyway. So they still have the advantage. So that helps them when they look in their pantry. That helps them when they look in their pantry. That makes them feel better. Well, but no, the ability to diminish you makes them feel better.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Why are they not even speaking up in regards to, hey, dude, we don't have enough to eat. Hey, dude, I can't go to the doctor anymore. So they are suffering a fraction of what black people have been suffering over all of these years. Why are they not speaking up about that? I take your point, Mike, and I understand that. I get that part. But I'm saying just them to him. It's like a lot of them don't have a lot. And when you get to the point where the food, you don't have enough food in your pantry. I was looking at this C-SPAN, on C-SPAN where the people that are calling in, and they had this one lady that was like, she was disabled. She was legally blind. She was disabled. She was talking about how she received benefits and how her food, and she, but I guess when you're blind, of course, you know everything that's going on because you got to keep track. She was listing out the food that she had in her pantry at that particular time. At first, she started out by saying, she said, I lost 28 pounds since over the past 3 months. And she said, it's not because I needed to lose 28 pounds. And she started to explain her experience. And this was a white woman. Started to explain her experience with her benefits and how her money had gone down like $12, $24. I mean, it was just absolute horror. She was saying, I can't eat. And my point is that that's just the tip. I think there are a lot of people out there really suffering, and I don't understand the black, like I said, the racism part aside, why are these people, and it getting to the point where something needs to be said? I don't think the country could take 2 more years of what's happening right now economically.
Well, it again depends on the mindset of the individual. And for hundreds of years, it has worked. There have always been poor whites, but they've always had rights that other ethnic minorities don't have. Again, back to the thing, if you ain't better than a nigger, then who are you better than? And at least they have that thing where they can go to white schools, they can go to white churches, they have a chance anyway. They're not immediately ruled out. If they can somehow up their ante, they have the ability to move up. They're showing us now with the redistricting and stuff that they have the ability to control almost everything that we do. It's white power. It's not black power. It's white power. And as long as they're white, they get the benefit of whiteness. And that's what's important to them.
Lydia, if I could answer also, one of the things, and what Michael is saying is dead on. In their mind, they're thinking that if he fixed their suffrage, our suffrage may get fixed.
If he fixed whose suffrage?
The people like the lady you say called into the show. If he fixed her problem.
But he's not fixing
I understand that. But a lot of them are not going to say anything because they feel like we will benefit if it got fixed.
But and that's my
Right
whole
along.
thing. We
Right
don't know
along,
that
huh?
it's gonna get.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get. It's not getting fixed.
I
And
know
if
it's
it
not.
doesn't get fixed, at what point does that happen? That's what I'm saying. At some point, it's gonna get beyond everybody's gonna be not having in their pantry, or a lot of people. And so, who's gonna be the first person to speak up? You think? And okay, so we understand why it's possibly happened up to this point. But who's going to be the first person to speak up? When is it going to happen? What's the breaking point?
They had a story in the Chronicle earlier this week about supposedly them supplying $30,000 a year to families with children with learning disabilities in order to help them get the special education that they need if they can't get it in the public schools. But the story also indicated that most of the families were getting no more than $13,000, which is less than they were willing to give to the children of the rich to go to private schools. But again, how, you can ask the question, well, how do they vote for these people? Well, because they still know that the Negroes and the Mexicans and whomever, the Haitians, who they're trying to kick out now, and who else they're trying to kick out, they still have white skin, white skin privilege. And at least, like I said, if you ain't better than a nigger, then who are you better than? And so they may not be at the top, but they're not at the bottom, and their goal is to make sure that we stay at the bottom as well. Again, would you give it up? At least when you walk into a place, they're not stopping you, and they don't tell you your kind, you people, all that sort of stuff. They don't get that. Well, they did shoot a couple up in Minnesota, and you saw what happened. That changed everything. You don't hear about that ICE stuff anymore, even though they're still doing it.
So basically, what happened, and we were talking about that movie was Mississippi Burning. It was the '60s. We still got a lot of this stuff going on now, but one of the things is that when you walk into, there's going to be times, and I know that this has happened, where Black people are going to walk into restaurants. Just they haven't come back from vacation. Not everybody's able to go on vacation. And Black people are still, there are Black people out there that are still able to do these things because economically, part of it's luck, part of it's preparation, part of it's whatever, but it's still black people out there along with the whites and some others that are still going to be able to do that. So that really refutes the thought that you're better than these people when you physically see that there are people that do look different from you, that aren't white, that are still able to do these things. I mean, you got to have some wherewithal and some mental capacity in order to be able to process that it's not just about skin color. Skin color is part of it, but these people still being able to do these things that you can't is proof that, it's not. So what about that?
Well, what I discovered was, I guess, a little different from you because it is a psychological game. In order to keep these people in your pockets, you have to give them more. And one of the things that they are given is the right to screw you over. And they have that right. If the city decides they want to destroy your neighborhood, Black politicians can't stop them from doing it. They burned down Greenwood, and what's the other one? Black Wall Street.
Rosewood.
They flooded out parts of Harlem, Central Park, where Black people live, and turned it into a park rather than have Negroes live there. Of course, that took away those families' opportunity to grow generational wealth based on the value of their property. They're still doing it to this very day. All they have to do is raise your
Right.
taxes to the point where you cannot afford to pay, while making sure that the minimum wage stays so low. And they also try to, I guess you could say, decrease your value. Again, I mentioned Troy Finner. When the guy who supposedly treats us like family, he got rid of Finner. For what reason?
I had Troy on, Michael, since he's been in Missouri City. It's been about 4 months ago or something like that. And he is doing fine, actually thriving where he is.
Okay.
So anyway.
I'm not saying he's not doing fine. I'm talking about the power that they have over us.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if he had not saved his money, if he had it, you say he's doing fine, or made the proper investments, he'd be flat on his butt until he got that job. And it's just the power. And, of course, you're better educated than I am and more experienced in the financial world than I am. And so I have to agree with much of what you say. My part is about the mindset of the people. No, I'm saying I have to, because, it's you have the statistical knowledge. You have the paper thing.
The numbers don't always paint the whole picture, though, Michael, and you bringing out some of those points. Oh, you still there?
Well, yeah. Look, you got another caller. You got another caller here, and we want to get your caller in.
It's very quick. Who killed the top jock? Who killed the top jock? If some other person of another color would have won that contest, it would still be going on to this very day, because it was something that the Chronicle wanted to do. But nobody could take the fact that a darky won. I told you there was an orchestrated effort to kill every opportunity that I had because I won that contest. Would they have done that to a white male or female? We are easy.
Probably not.
All right, Mike, you ready to take the next caller, right?
Yeah, I'm ready, but I'm just explaining that when some people hold positions like Trump, if a black man were acting like Donald Trump, they would have impeached him. In fact, they probably would have lynched him too.
All right, here we go. Caller, you're on.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, come on with it.
What's up, Michael, Lydia?
Hey.
Bo. What's going on, y'all?
It's you. It's all about you. And James Calorico. What's going on?
Yeah. And you know this when I'm call about it, but I want a dialogue and not a monologue, because I get on here and I throw a monologue.
Not today, you won't.
Huh?
Not today, you won't. Let's go.
Who said that?
Don't worry about that, bro. Let's come on with it. Come on with it.
Look. Oh, okay. So anyway, but what I'm saying is this. It's not about Telerico. It's about what's going on with this Republican Party. Whereas just the things they're doing, they trying to put things in place so they won't never lose an election forever. And with all this mess that Trump is doing, y'all, more or less, like, it's, like I keep on saying before, it's numbers to try to get enough people in the Senate to, if not impeach him, to stop this madness that he's doing. And as a Democrat, it's about numbers. Get enough people in the Senate. Get a supermajority in the Senate and in Congress, as far as, try to at least get him out and get these Republicans out of here, because we're not talking about your average Republicans. We're not talking about the Bush Republicans. We're talking about some racist Republicans. And just like Michael was saying that, these Republican voters, they still voting on their whiteness, and they on the premises that if the Republican Party cut out all these social issues, they're more concerned that it's going to help black people. That's why they'll never want them, and that's why they keep on voting Republican. Just like Mike Harris said, if they ain't better than an N-word, who they better at? And that's what it is. And that's my thing, Lydia. That's mostly I talk about. I know you and I go back and forth about Tellerico and everything, and that's my main concern. I don't care. I don't care if it was a shoe, but I want black people. Go ahead.
I do. I care if it was a shoe. And we do agree that on one thing, that it's not about Tellerico. And I think you're being distracted by the Republican Party. The Republican Party, that's been going on since they changed from Democrats to Republicans. You being distracted by that. I want to address the current problem with Democratic leadership. But is this the hill that we fight on right now? If there are other roads to get to controlling the Senate by overall through other states, I understand we want to make Texas blue, and that's part of it as well. But we have to not get sidetracked, because that's what happens if somebody keeps doing something to you, X, and you keep coming up to payday, and it's like, oh, I can't do this 'cause I gotta keep my lights on. I gotta pay my rent. So okay, but this is a problem right now. So if you keep always getting ready to get cut off, you never get to the root of the problem with Democratic leadership and how they treat the backbone of the black community. And all I'm saying is all of that other stuff is fine. I get it. I understand what you're saying.
But let me ask you a question, Lydia, in my Michael Harris voice. I got a question for you. What is it that you don't like that the Democratic Party is doing for black people? Because just and I'll let you answer this, because they brought us our first black president. They brought us our first black female vice president. They brought us the first black female Supreme Court justice, black woman. And I just want to know what else can they do?
Okay. You talking about specific Joe Biden? Joe Biden is the one who made sure those federal judges got put in place. You talking about individuals through the administration. I'm talking about the Democratic Party leadership and how they treat black women specifically and black people in general, and how they value our vote. Michael Harris, in Michael Harris' voice, Michael Harris tells a story. And what more did he want? And so what I'm trying to tell you is that you talking about stuff happened a long time ago. I'm talking about addressing it. Yes, it's been happening a long time ago up to today. And when Kamala Harris got put into that situation that she did, that had a lot to do with Democratic leadership. And those 100 days she had, 107 to get elected as president, that was Democratic leadership making that decision. Who was running for governor and who was running for Senate in the state of Texas. That was Democratic leadership ultimately making that decision. And so I'm saying I see that there's a problem with that. And I know you see it too. And I'm saying I don't disagree
with all of the points you make about Paxton and the Republicans, but I could see Pat. I know that that's the case. What I'm telling you is that there's this root issue that needs to be addressed. And when is it going to be addressed? And you're not going to keep putting me up against the wall and pressing me saying the rent is due and the light's going to get cut off. I don't make good decisions. I don't know about you when I'm pressed like that. And I think that that's what people count on, is you not being able to see through things clearly and put them to task. And that's why you get, even now, you know, all of these little things that Tallarico's doing, and he's not full-throated out there making a full corporate, all these little bitty meetings. And he hadn't been spending money with black media. He hadn't been having interviews. He had one with me, but that was the primaries. He was doing primary stuff back then. But since then, he hasn't been doing anything. And it makes me question, does he want, we'll see. We got 4 months, so he's running out of time.
All right,
Speaking
of running out of time, we've got callers in the bank. We thank you so much for your phone call. All right, have a great day.
All right, bye.
Caller, you're up. Come on, caller.
Oh, okay. I'm on. I'm on?
Yes, you are. Let's do it.
Oh, okay. Well, Mike, I see that you finally rode the boat of show today. You're gracious with your brothers, and Queen Lydia is still doing her thing, being bodacious. And I see you got your boy Sherman on top of the JOB. And I don't hear prophet, but tell you, it is so obvious. I wish I would have a group of judges come on this show and ask them that in the court of law today, because of circumstances, evidence, put a whole lot of people in the penitentiary for a long time. And Trump has overwhelmingly superseded that borderline. If he was a civilian, he'll be put under the jail, and the only thing he would eat is earthworms. This man takes away by distracting America, who for some reason cannot stay focused on the true focus of the whole situation, and that is the Epstein file. Just today or yesterday, the federal judge asked for release of the Epstein file, and DOJ is constantly, they didn't meet the deadline. And we know who the mind behind DOJ. It's Donald Trump, because he cannot afford the truth to come out. One thing that America, Republicans, racists, everybody, will not forgive him for, if there's staunch evidence, and I know it is, because if you got common sense, if you know you're innocent, bring it on, like he promised during the campaign. As soon as he got in, the affordability and the Epstein files became a moot point. He is hiding behind his authority and who he can bully this administration to be accessory to this awful crime. The closet, and I just hope it's this year, man.
All right. Well, Spivey,
appreciate you, bro.
We thank you so much. All right. All right. Caller, you're on. Caller, you're on.
Hello.
Come on with it.
Oh, it's me?
Yes,
okay.
man, come on.
You know, I won't be long, but I will be strong, and I definitely won't be wrong. You know, Lydia, you make a real valid point. We got to understand one thing. At the end of the day, whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, listen to me real good. At the end of the day, white folks don't still got for the best interest of white folks, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. Like the Lord Milton told Brother Michael, what more do y'all want? He was still got for the best interest of white folks, but yet, I'm going to give you Negroes a little something. At the same time, though, we still got to play y'all. You follow me? So with that being said, you look at Telerico and Ken Paxton, you got to say, okay, you know, the lesser of two evils. You follow me? So in this case here, in my opinion, you know, Telerico would be the lesser of two evils. And as you guys were talking earlier, most white folks, they don't mind suffering long as they know we're suffering with them. They don't mind. So they figure, as I think it was both said earlier, they feel like we're going to benefit from something. I say we mean the black folks. They rather suffer. See, the Negroes benefit from it as well. But just for the sake of time, and everybody listen, happy July 4th to everybody. Not July 4th, but July 4th. Y'all take care. Lydia, keep up the good work.
All right, Miss Lydia. And Mike, you still there, Mike? Mike? All right.
I'm still here.
Okay, I just hadn't heard your voice. We got one more caller right quick. Is that all right, Mike?
Sure.
Or did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm listening.
Okay.
Come on. Thank you.
Caller, you're on the air.
Lydia.
Yeah,
Lydia.
You know, Mike. You know that, Mike. You know this is person. Mike, you know this is person to person with Michael, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Hello, Mike. Yeah.
Just checking, man.
Lydia, real quick, one question. In the Texas Senate race, say have the black voters turn out, whatever that number is. Telerico doesn't win, and then Texas leadership, Democrat leadership, doesn't change the way you want it. Then what?
They're gonna have to if they want to win an election, because the black vote is the backbone of the Democratic Party. They're gonna have to. What you mean they're not gonna change? They have to change. There's no way around it. Or else we gonna find out. I want to find out. I don't.
Yeah, my question was this: you said
people take
that's
our
not
vote
possible,
for granted.
Right? You're saying that's not possible. My scenario, they'll have to. That's what you're saying, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and I'm saying may not happen. Then when are you left? We'll see. Take care.
Thank you for your call.
See, that's what happened. That's what happened when you start pushing back. People don't like when you push back. Michael Harris, he knows that they don't like it, and I'm just not gonna be a pushover. And I think that people out there are tired of being pushed over, and sometimes you just gotta way back in the cut and let people come to you if they want your vote. They're gonna come to you, and they're gonna come to you hard and in your face if they got something that they want. Why should we be running after people if they want our vote and need our vote?
Well, the reason we should do it is to try to influence those people.
No, we should vote. Let me qualify that, Michael. We should vote. Okay. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
I wasn't saying that. I was saying that we should go after them. If Telerico is not doing what you think he should, like you said, you interviewed him, and maybe we should let him know, hey, man, we'll vote for you, but we need more than what you're saying. Crystal says, oh, okay, well, I just said Crystal. It's time for us to, I'm going to have to get in the car, but we'll continue talking. But no, you have to talk to them and let them know. It's like that man that you interested in, or that woman you're interested in, may want to marry and have her be your husband, or him be her be your wife, or whatever. And they can be nice, but they're not quite there. You talk to them about what you need. And we need to let people know what we need. And if you can't give us that, we don't need you. If you can't speak for us, we don't need you. Right?
Right. I couldn't have said it better.
So I agree with you.
I couldn't have said it better. And that's his responsibility. And that's Telerico's responsibility. That's not our responsibility to feel like we have to do that for him. And the other thing is, we're so pressed because of the racism on the other side that like I was using the analogy, the rent need to get paid or the lights getting ready to go off. I'm tired of that in regards to the Democratic Party. I'm really tired of that. Yes, these people are racist. They don't mean us well. But when do you get past that point where you can quit surviving and you can start thriving? I want to thrive within the Democratic Party. We've been talking about democratic socialism. Stevens has been talking about that, and I believe in a component of that. Yes, I do. I because it's always been there, and I think that the component of the socialism, the Social Security, like I said, all of the things that we pay our taxes on, Michael, that are getting eroded. I think that those things need to be reinforced again, and they've been slowly dwindling away. And I'm fed up with it. I mean, I'm going to go there and vote, like I said, and I expect everyone to do that as well. But I don't want you to feel like you going up there and you pressed and you feeling some kind of way because if you don't do this, hell is going to break loose. And, all hell could break loose at some point, whether you vote or not, literally, with the way things are going with this administration. But I think that you have the best chance of protecting yourself if you do go and cast your vote. So, anyway.
Well, we voted for the mayor who said he treated us like family.
There you go.
I feel sorry for his family.
There you go. There you go. And he was a Democrat for years, wasn't he?
Well, that's what he claimed to be.
Still a Democrat. Yeah. That's what he claimed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, would you like to get these couple last calls in before the show ends?
Yes, sir.
All right. Caller, you're on the air.
Hello.
Caller, you're on the air. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Hi. So, first, I want to thank you all for the knowledge you shared, Mr. Harris, Mr. Paris, Eley, Ms. Lydia, Ms. Lydia, and also your calls about X-Done. Brother Ali, I've learned so much about our history locally and just the diaspora and the discussion. It's just needs to go out more. And I want to preface it by, if you all seen the American Excellence PBS series on American Coup about the Wilmington, Delaware situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
we were literally. This is my opening arguments, as Paris would say, for reparations. We were literally thriving after the Civil War during Reconstruction. We were building towns, building cities, town schools. And if you see this documentary, we actually had an aristocratic class, which educating people. We were at businesses, we were in banks. This is a must-see documentary for everybody because that just shows proof of how we were sabotaged. Our progress was sabotaged. We were allowed to do all these. If that would have allowed to continue, but no telling how far would it go. If you go to the Texas legislature, the Capitol, in the basement, they have all the photographs of the legislature. 1860s, right after Reconstruction, you see actually black legislatures and photographs, and then you don't see anything till we weren't even back in legislatures till the 70s. If you go back to just the discrimination in the military, slavery, sharecropping, then the Jim Crow legislation, the church bomb, the lynch, all this stuff is a case study of why we deserve reparations. We don't have to bring up slavery. We just start from Reconstruction on. All the obstacles that were put in our way to sabotage our progress, that alone is enough to get reparations. We rebuilt Europe. We rebuilt all these other countries, all these other citizens that have been wronged. Everybody has been wrong has been right except ours. I don't know if it's a threat that they feel that us getting equal footing because we came that far after Reconstruction. Imagine how far we could go. Literally 5 years after from being enslaved to building our own towns, just thriving on our own. And then if you watch this women's study, just say how all that was sabotaged, just the jealousy, hatred, just of our progress. We didn't want to overrule anybody, control anybody. We just want to live the American dream and thrive, and now that was thwarted and sabotaged. And that alone is a case study for opening armies for reparations.
All right, we
thank you for all you do for the community, and you'll have a good weekend.
Thank you so much for your call.
Thank you.
All right. Caller, you're on.
Hello?
Hello, come on, man. Come on, caller, you're on. Let's go. We got only about 5 minutes to go on the show.
Let's boogie if we can. I'm looking at some of the things that were said earlier about things that are raising a degree of angst, people's blood pressure,
I can't
blah,
hear.
blah, blah. To me, maybe I have a different pattern of thought here, but it seems amazing to me that we have a society that seems to be sometimes people seem to be satisfied with the idea that there's nothing stable in the universe. In other words, you look around, you see all the political differences, you see the social, you see the political, you see the religious differences. As if to say that that's supposed to be called a stable constitutionality for our pattern of thought. It gets kind of strange when you start thinking about it. Look at it this way. How people be comforted or satisfied? Always believing that, let's just say, like I said before, nothing stable in the universe, nothing stable on Earth, nothing stable anywhere, all things changeable, because people have lost discretion. I would ask a simple question. Is the mate supposed to be victimized because man rebelled against an opportunity to know the truth, even an opportunity toward the truth given peace? Some things to think about. Definitely to think about. Because all this inconsistency, yeah. I think what's happening at this point in time, people are everything easily fluctuating. I think the time is to get back to the idea to realize that faith and faithfulness was never trusting in a pluralistic global misideal or a pack of compromises that acts as if the maker doesn't know what he's doing. As if the maker is to, in his will, is to be compromised, denigrated, because people are a bit hard-headed. All I can say is this. There's something most have not understood. Anciently, in the early church, it was known that the whole world has compromised itself after massive hypocrisy. So faith was always looking beyond every status quo. And only when we awaken to the fact that what people call status quo is hypocritical can we really open our mind to see the reality. Because until then, people can't even repent of the fall, man. That's a terrible thing to think about, but that's what's happening. I see what I would call a lot of short-circuiting of the mind when we begin to think even the maker is inconsistent. That's a problem. Because it acts like, let's just say, I think there's a part of the brain that might even atrophy when we don't exercise them for a better sense of discretion. That's a problem, man. That's a serious problem. It's almost like we're reversing the polarities of everything to make accommodation for inconsistencies on humanity's part, as if the maker is also pleased with something like that, as if he changes.
All right, let's
wrong, man.
All right, so we thank you for your call, but we've had about 3 minutes of monologue. So would you like to wrap it up, please? All right. Thank you so much. We got one last caller, Mike, okay?
All right, right here.
Here we go. Come on, you're it.
Hello, Mike and Lydia. How y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing, baby?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Look here. Right quick, Ms. Lydia and Michael, I just want to say this. We're at a critical mass, and I've been having some discussion with some friends of mine about Tallarico and Paxton, and I don't know what Tallarico really brings to the table. Things have been shallow, like you said, but I do know what Paxton brings. This might be the last election that we'll ever see. And there comes a time in an emergency situation that you just have to vote on faith, or like the movie that's out there now, make a Hail Mary. We cannot afford to lose. And it's a lesser of the evils kind of situation, and we know undisputedly what Paxton brings to the table. We can't stand no more of that. There is a chance, I don't care if it's 1% or 5%, that Tallarico is not that bad. And I'm willing to vote for the unknown and hope and pray that is going to be what I need rather than let somebody win who I know is cancer and a death sentence. So I don't even care who the best candidate is. I know who the worst is. Yes, ma'am.
So okay, I got you on that point. So when do we address the Democratic leadership issues that we know have been going on since address those issues about black leadership, about these races that have just happened so far? And again, not talking about politicians and what they do in their administrations. I'm talking about Democratic National Committee and what they do and how they spend their money and who they focus on. When do we address that?
When we get rid of MAGA and that movement. Because that
why we have to wait.
Everything, because we may not have another chance. If MAGA is here, we know we can't address any of those issues. That is the number one priority. It should be for every minority in this darn country. And then we could deal with anything else after that. We cannot get any kind of solutions from the MAGA movement and the MAGA culture. Nothing that we can do. We know that's a zero. That's an atomic bomb. Anything else we can work with. We know we have to address those issues, but we can't address those issues with MAGA in control. And if they get this midterm, that sets them up for it not to even be November of 2028.
Okay, before we run out of time,
MAGA's going away.
Before we run out of time, I have one quick question for both of you, all three of you. What Democrats do you feel are doing it, are getting it right, are doing what needs to be done, and are setting the example?
We don't need to know what Democrat. We know who's doing it wrong. We need to get rid of the cancer first, and then we figure out what else we have to do. Issue number one. MAGA and Trump and his got to go before we could do anything else. I wouldn't care if it was a communist, a socialist, Green Party, or whatever. MAGA has to go. This is our shot, maybe our only shot.
MAGA is going away. MAGA is not as strong as they were a year ago and prior to that. That's been shown through polling. So anyway, I don't think MAGA. It's going to be an issue after Trump.
We ain't got no extra time. This is the moment.
I hear you.
The moment. All right, thank y'all.
I've heard that a lot of times.
It's been a while.
Thank you. Yeah, it has been. Michael, when you ask a Democrat, I would say some folks or a gentleman that I have seen that's doing it right, that I really appreciate, and I say nationally, Wes Moore up in Maryland, the governor there. I really appreciate him. Locally, Letitia Plummer just got into office. Locally, Ed Pollard, Ed Hollins, or Chris Hollins, I'm sorry. So those are some individuals that I think are on the right track.
And how many of them, I guess, they're on the right track? Well, I know we're running out of time, so I don't want to start that. And any closing statements? Because we're out of time for our Cooper's time.
Oh no, this show. I was just hanging out with you today. I was.
She said, Michael. I didn't hear. What did you say? I can't.
I said it's your time, Mr. Cooper.
But what did she say? What did the young lady say? That's what I asked. I don't like to. It's a Friday, man. What did you say, ma'am?
And so far as.
You said something when Michael said it was my time. You were about to say something. But anyway, happy holiday. Happy July 4th.
Yeah, same to you.
Yeah. And we got Dr. Walls up here. I'm happy. How did this happen? How you get him up here? Can he speak? I'm thinking he's going to talk. That's what.
Well, I was trying to give Paris a break. I was just trying to give Paris a break.
I understand.
He up here working hard all the time. I was like, you know what? I'm off today. Let me. I sure wish I had been here earlier too. Cause man,
who's this character you got with you? A Seahawk fan.
I didn't see him.
Oh, yeah. Who's the Seahawk fan? Michael, they got Lydia, they got a Seattle Seahawk fan in the studio, and this is the Dipper Dunk studio of Wilt Chamberlain. When I come on, this is the Dipper Dunk studio.
Yes,
we got
a
Seattle Marshawn Lynch lookalike.
Marshawn.
Yeah, he's up with his shirt on. He's got. I'm gonna put his picture out. He let me accidentally let me take his picture. He didn't know what I was gonna do with it, but I've got a photo of him with his Seattle Seahawks shirt on.
Okay.
But
post him, put him out there.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, have a good 4th of July. And see, this is time of year, Michael. Doc, how's your brother doing?
My brother, he's all right.
The brisket man. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
No, you didn't, Doc. Doc kind of ignored me when I bought. His brother cooks the best brisket around here. Am I right, Michael? Even the Seahawk man agree with that. Right. But I just want to say hello to you about your brother. Okay? So, anyway, I'm going to get out of you all's way. But we'll be talking World Cup. I think there are 3 or 4 African nations still in. USA is still in.
USA won.
Yeah, we're still in there. And so we'll be talking all of that. And then, we always get into politics. We'll get into why you believe President Trump should be on Mount Rushmore.
And we're going to wrap it up with that, okay? Wrap it up with that.
Michael, I figured that would get it.
I'm gonna just shut his mic down, and you're up, Mike. Come on, wrap it up, Mike.
I'm pretty much speechless. I think President Trump should be on trial.
On trial. He said on trial.
All right, Mike. You got some closing words?
No, that was it. If we had pulled if Obama had done some of the things that Trump has done, he would have been impeached. And we still have this era of white skin privilege. That's all I have to say as we head towards the 4th of July. As some people used to say, it's the 4th of July, because there is not liberty and justice for us all. And it's been proven that they're trying to take away some of our liberties, and they are filling our communities with injustice, social injustice, environmental injustice, economic injustice. So I'm waiting for that justice to come. That's all. And I'll be giving you a call, Doc. I'll call in the office. Got it set up an appointment, okay?
All right, Mike. Have a great one. Miss Lydia? Thanks for a great show, Miss Lydia. All right.
Thank you. Enjoy the weekend. Bye-bye.
Fantastic. And to all you listeners, get ready for the man himself, Ralph Cooper. We'll be back. Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away.
The last match here in Houston tomorrow, Canada and Morocco. And again, we want to welcome you. The weather is changing in Houston as I start this program. It's getting cloudy. They're expecting storms this afternoon. So if you've got something to do on this pre-July 4th, you need to do it now. 713-668-1230. We got, we'll talk sports. We'll talk the Astros, the Rockets, or whatever it is, the WNBA. WNBA All-Star Weekend. We'll talk that. You want to talk to WNBA, you can do that. And we'll also talk my non-sports topic today, President Trump and Mount Rushmore. Yes, President Trump and Mount Rushmore. And we'll talk that. And so 713-668-1230 is the number. And you are welcome to call in and be part of the program today. And I encourage you to do that. 713-668-1230. 1230. 713 668 1230. Okay? I encourage you to do that. 713. And let's try it again. 713 668 1230 is the number I would like for you to call in on. And we'll be picking that line up in a moment. And you're welcome to dial in. 713 666, hold on a minute, 663 1230. Let's see if I have my guests on. Hello?
Hello there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, good. How are you doing? Fred Batts.
I'm doing good for an old soldier.
What is an old soldier, Fred? Fred
Old
Batts.
soldiers one over 80 years old.
Okay, but what are any other makeups of that old soldier? It just has to be over 80 years old?
And still breathing.
And still, okay, 80, and still breathing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's at least you told the truth. Well,
That's right.
A number of things are happening, Fred. And
All right.
Let's just jump right in. I'm gonna change the pace up on you first. I know you because I know you watched. I don't have to. Serena Williams played tennis earlier this week in a singles match. 44 years old, after two babies, two young children, and 4 years away from the game. She took 3 sets for her younger opponent to beat her. Then they say she may have tweaked an ankle, but she's trying to play doubles with her sister Venus Williams. What about the comeback of Serena Williams? Should she have just left it alone, or should she be trying this comeback?
Well, let's talk about it first of all. The coming back from a 4-year hiatus, I don't care how good you used to be, at the age of 44, and playing one of these 20-year-old youngsters who's on the pro circuit, people for some reason think that those people can't play.
Yes.
Those people can play.
They made it to the circuit.
That's right. And if you think a 44-year-old just thinks she can get out there and run around with those youngsters, go out there and try it.
Yes, right.
I thought she did extremely well.
Well, I did also. Yeah.
She may get back in some kind of shape, and she may do better on doubles, but I don't think anybody should expect her to win anything against these people that are playing tennis for a living.
And they're young.
And are young. They are young, and they are in great condition.
Yes. Well, then that brings me to another thing. You know, you and I have been around to see this, and I can't have this kind of conversation with a lot of people. We've been around to see Willie Mays fall down in center field after decades of making great catches, right? That people thought he couldn't make. We've been around, say, when the jump shot of Elvin Hayes or Larry Bird or Magic couldn't pass like he had passed, or Wilt or Bill Russell or Moses couldn't jump, or Dr. J couldn't, or Michael Jordan couldn't jump like they had in the past. Then
all of that's correct.
We saw all of these people. Then we saw when Earl Campbell couldn't run over people like he had run over earlier in his career. Couldn't hit a hole. Or Robert Brazil couldn't make that tackle like he had before. Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
And then the saddest ones, we've seen boxers hang too long.
Yeah.
And Joe Louis, Sugar Ray Robinson, and then we'll go to Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And when you look at film of the young Ali, or even the 30-year-old Ali, and you were being told, you recall people were saying that he should retire then, but he hung around, and then Parkinson's, whatever came in, and you know the rest of the history. How do you can't tell people, you've been around these people, you play golf with them also, they bring that same energy into the golf game after they're gone, as a star in their particular sport. How do you relate to people when you know their best days are behind them, but they're dependent on you to a degree for some accolades or some support?
Well, they're going to get that support, but I think they should also rely on us for the truth.
Yes.
So, I mean, we can provide the accolades that they want, but we can also give them truth to know that in some sports, when you get to a certain age, you're just not going to be able to be effective. Your body won't do what your mind tells you. So, and that's what happens to them. I mean, I know that from experience from playing different sports myself. You get to a point where your mind tells you to do something, but your body won't react to what your mind said.
Right.
So you can look at Jose Altuve.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening with him right now.
Oh, he's done. He's staying out there for $25-30 million a year. I can't blame him. But at the same time, he's done. He is done. So I've looked at a bunch of them, and I know that LeBron James has perfected a technique to keep himself in close to peak condition for a long time, but his day is coming. I don't care how much he spends on his body, how much he works out. He's nearing the end.
You can see it, but again, it's hard to convince people that it's not there anymore. That even in the case of LeBron, with all of that great support he's getting in regards to health, the shots are not falling like they used to, and he's not jumping as high as he used to at one time also.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he's never been a great shooter.
Yeah. I know.
He's never been a great shooter. His forte has been that he is a semi-Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
that's willing to distribute the ball. They're about the same height.
Right.
And he probably runs the floor better than Magic.
Well, we know he runs it better at the age he is right now. Yes, without a doubt.
But he's nobody that I've seen has been more willing to share the ball than LeBron James.
I got you. Yeah. Well, see, even on the subject of basketball, Fred, I respect. I mean, the two ball handlers that I think of who never really got a chance to be as creative as they could have been handling a basketball in the NBA. And if they could have played in this era where you could carry the ball a little, you can get away with carrying the ball.
Boy, yeah, they carry.
And an extra step. Earl Monroe and Pistol Pete Maravich would have been illegal. You know that, don't you?
Pistol Pete, both of them.
Yeah, I said they would have been illegal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Definitely elite ball handlers, not just dribbling the ball. Pistol Pete was a magician with that ball in his hand.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And Earl Monroe they made him control his game because he was playing with Walt Frazier and Dick Barnett.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir, absolutely. The basketball wasn't as well televised then as it is now.
Right.
And a lot of these people didn't get a chance to see Wilt Chamberlain play and people like that. So they don't really have the appreciation for Wilt Chamberlain, Earl Monroe, and those guys like you and I do. I have great appreciation,
right,
especially for Wilt Chamberlain.
Well, this program, Fred, as I do this program, the program is coming to you from the Dipper Dunk studio. When I'm in here, this is the Dipper Dunk studio, Wilton Norman Chamberlain studio.
Yes, sir.
So,
yeah.
But,
okay.
And another one that two others that people, three really. Jerry West was a hell of a player, and then Oscar Robertson and Elgin Baylor.
Oh, man. People think he's 6'8" or 9. That nigga may have been 6'5" or 4.
What, you talking about Elgin Baylor? That's about all he was. Yeah, that's about what he was. Yes.
Yeah, and you couldn't stop him.
Couldn't stop him. No.
You couldn't stop him.
Right.
No.
And I'm going to let you rip up the Houston Chronicle. Recently, the Chronicle, after the NBA draft, they printed the story where they talked about they had 2 people drafted in the first round of an NBA draft 3 times, right?
Okay.
But that was 4 times, but guess where they left off? Elvin Hayes and Don Chaney in 1968 when they were drafted into the NBA. One went first, and the other one went 12th in the first round. But how do we of course we adjusted it for them, and we let them know that Elvin and Don Chaney did this before the others. But when you hear that kind of thing happening, what comes to Fred Batts' mind?
Well, I mean, all we have to do is look at history. Everything that elevates black accomplishment gets buried, and the other side gets praised.
Yes.
So I mean, it's just a tactic that's been going on forever.
Yeah.
I mean, and we as black people, we don't even realize what has been done to us because they have enabled themselves to take it out of the education system so that you never get to know what they were doing when they were doing it. I mean, when I was in school, we were praising the Alamo.
Yeah, I remember those days.
The Alamo.
Yeah.
What?
And David Crockett.
David Crockett in Houston and Travis
and Jim Bowie.
Jim Bowie, didn't they do something great? And we just praise them as, man, I want to be like Jim Bowie. I want to be like David Crockett. Well, what was Sam Houston trying to do when he came to Houston, when he came to San Antonio to defend the Alamo? What was his actual purpose for doing it?
Well,
to keep black people in slavery.
Right. Santa Ana and the Mexican government didn't want slavery. They said they didn't want slavery in the area.
They said you're not going to have slaves in any territory owned by Mexico. And those white folks said, we are going to fight you to keep slaves going. So any black people talking about remember the Alamo, hell no. Remember Santa Ana and wish he had won.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So one other thing before as we talk about this and the Alamo and we talk about the athletes and et cetera, and Don Chaney and Elvin Hayes, many people don't understand. What was the impact and you were living it. You were a little bit older than me. So when Elvin Hayes and Don Chaney signed with the University of Houston to play basketball, and then you had Warren McVeigh, of course, in football, what did that mean as a black person? And you were at Prairie View with all these great athletes. You were not at Prairie View with some chumps. You were there with Zelmo Beatty and that whole group. You were up there with Otis Taylor, Alvin Reed, and all the Stubblefield and all those people.
That's right.
So when Elvin Hayes and Don Chaney signed, what did that mean to Fred Batts?
Well, it meant that the Southwest Athletic Conference was going to have trouble because these people didn't want us, and then they started when Houston. See, they didn't want Houston to get recognition. So when Houston started getting these superior athletes and started getting recognition, that put pressure on Texas and A&M and Arkansas and all of those big boys in this area. I was so exhilarated I can't say what I could have done. But I just want you to know that I was so happy to see that happen. And then when Houston went and got Warren McVeigh and Paul Gibson out of Conroe, and Paul Gibson went to Austin and ran over Texas and treated them like stepchildren. Man, it started a new era in Texas. Texas is back trying to suppress all of that stuff. But at one time, Texas had made some real major steps toward becoming a really just state. It's regressed since then. But Elgin Baylor, Don Chaney was was a great guy. I knew him personally. I met Elvin when he owned his car dealership.
Elvin Hayes,
but
right?
Don Chaney was a legitimate great person. I mean, not Elvin developed abs like he was royalty.
Right,
but Don Chaney never did that. He was just a great person.
Well, you know how one of the reasons the University of Houston, how they found out about Elvin Hayes, I'm told, Elvin Hayes was being recruited by Grambling, and Grambling was trying to get him, and then some kind of way, the way the story goes, Texas Southern found out about him, right? And the Grambling people, coach, allegedly, somebody from Grambling called over to the University of Houston and told them about him. And Don Chaney, to keep him from coming to Texas Southern to play against Prairie View, to play against Prairie View and Grambling and Southern and all of them in the SWAC back in the day. Yeah, so
that made sense. That's the first time I heard that story, but it makes sense.
Well, he'll tell you himself. One of the first stops he made, one of the things he was impressed with was the Texas Southern campus. That was back in the time when you can drive through the campus, remember, in your car.
Yeah.
He was impressed with the female. He thought Texas Southern was part of the University of Houston.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I just wanted to add that. And how do you celebrate 4th? How does an 80-year-old man celebrate July 4th? You got to have some great memories of July 4th with your people, your family.
Well, I don't celebrate it in the same way that people generally celebrate July the 4th. I celebrate the 19th. July the 4th was the day that white folks established their freedom from England.
Right.
And that same Constitution that they wrote delegated me to being a 3/4 of a citizen. So it became something that we could fight for as far as the Constitution is concerned, but the original writers of the Constitution certainly did not write it with freedom for black people in mind.
But Fred, then how do you... he's recognized as one of the first, if not the first person to die in the American Revolution, Crispus Attucks, who was black.
Yeah.
So do we ignore him in our reluctance to celebrate July the 4th? And being an older person, you can tell us how to blend this. How do you blend the two together? Or do you blend them?
You just presented me with an enigmatic situation that I probably can't figure out how in the world they got him. It's probably some kind of symbolism, I guess, is what it's going to end up being. But I don't know. I can't imagine that happening.
Yeah, I know. See, because the word was that many the blacks who were here, who were participating in the American Revolution on the American side, the U.S. side, they had been promised their freedom. Even there's even a story that the black valet or whatever of George Washington was by his side, but you never see this in the pictures though, right? You read it that he was by George Washington's side throughout the war. And then when the war was over, when George Washington died or whatever, he freed him.
Yeah.
But you never hear. But if he was right there with George Washington, that means he was a
slave.
He was a slave.
Washington had slaves.
Right, he was a slave. But what I'm saying is he was there participating in the American Revolution as a slave with George Washington. Do you think he had no choice because he was a slave?
I know he had no choice.
Okay, that's why. Well, that's why we're having this conversation. I agree with you. But you know, because they said, well, if he was fighting in the American Revolution with George Washington, he was free. I said, no, he couldn't have. He was there as a slave. Why would the man come back and issue papers when he's dead or whatever, that the man is now free? You know,
he was a slave.
Right. So
he was there because he had to be there, and so was Christopher Adams.
Right. And even we go back to the Civil War, there were some blacks who fought for the Confederates. Do you think they fought because they were free or because they were slaves? They were fighting for the Confederacy. They weren't They weren't free men fighting for the Confederacy. They were slaves fighting for the Confederacy, right?
Well, some of the people, blacks in the North, were no longer slaves.
But they were fighting for the Union. I'm talking about the Confederacy. If you were in the South,
I believe if I was in the South, if you had me in a uniform fighting for the Confederacy, I was fighting there because I was under the threat of death.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I was told. They were threatened as slaves. They had no choice, and that goes.
That's right.
And
that's right.
And that goes back to something, Fred. I'm going somewhere else with this as you and I have this conversation. And again, I've got Fred Batts, Prairie View A&M University, Crockett, Texas.
That's right.
The son. Who were your parents?
William and Mattie Batts.
And your brother was in many when
Colonel William Batts.
Yeah, Colonel William Batts was his brother. So many of you know who he is. So Fred, as we chit chat about all this slavery and all these issues, your people were in Crockett, Texas during the Civil War, right? They were in Texas. We just say they were in Texas.
I imagine.
Okay, but let's say they were. They were in Texas. The proclamation is issued in 1863. From what you know about your people, your family, I'm talking about, even the genes that have progressed through your body for years now, and we get the word comes to Texas that a proclamation has been issued by President Lincoln and all slaves are free. But in the North, of course, they are in the Union. They are in the Union is in the North. But in the South, here in Texas, the Confederacy was all over the place.
Right.
And you and I, we'll just use you and I. You're a Batts and I'm a Cooper. You and I are down here in the Deep South on the plantation owned by Confederates. And we get word that Mr. Lincoln has freed us, right? President Lincoln has freed us, right?
Right.
And I tell you, well, Fred, I'm packing up. I want to know I'm packing up. I'm getting out of here, man. I just got word. The word is Mr. Lincoln freed us. I'm gone. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to leave boss man, and I'm going to be out here in the morning. Why don't you come go with me, Fred? We on this man's plantation. In the Deep South with Confederate soldiers all over the place.
Yeah.
And
you gonna free me. I haven't got a nickel in my pocket. I can't read. I can't write. I don't have a cry. I haven't got a change of clothes. I don't have any transportation. I'm down here free.
But
I'm gonna be.
And you're on a plantation, and you're in the midst of the Confederacy.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, well, Fred, I said, when you tell me that, I said, well, Fred, I got to change the clothes, and I got my old mule, and I'm going to be out of here in the morning. And you remind me where I'm at, right?
I would.
You're not walking you're not just walking off you're not just riding off on your mule off of Mr. Charlie's place through the Deep South in the Confederacy.
No, it wasn't legal for a black man to be on a horse or a mule.
So that brings me to my theory is, from what great-grandparents told me, some blacks here knew about the proclamation, but they couldn't become free until General Granger came down through Galveston after the war was over, and the Union soldiers came in to move, to make the Confederate people abide by that rule. Otherwise, you couldn't go anywhere until then.
You couldn't do a doggone thing, but get killed.
That's all. Get killed.
Yeah.
Well, Marcus Smart is now a member of the Rockets. Big move.
Yes.
That's a good move, in my opinion. It may not be in yours.
Well, they had a 6'7" guard, a forward playing guard last year.
Yeah.
And it proved to be a big deficiency.
Right. Well.
And even though they have Van Fleet, regardless of what they want to say, and I know he's a pretty good shooter, but he's still undersized.
And he's not. He's recovering from an injury.
And he's not the defender Smart is.
Yeah. Right.
They can say whatever they want about Smart. Smart is a good player, and has always been a good player.
Well, you also see what Jaylen Brown has now ventured up to Philadelphia. He leaves Boston. Paul George goes down to Boston with some draft picks. What are your thoughts about that move?
The strongest part of the team.
Yeah.
But the strongest part of their team is the weakest, as far as I'm concerned, and that's Embiid.
Yeah.
They've got some dynamite players on that team right now, with an exception of a center that wants to play shooting guard.
Well, that's like in San Antonio, right?
And Houston.
Well, and see, for the sake of people, Fred Batts, our historian, in all types of areas, but Fred Batts watches the NBA religiously. As much as anyone I know, I would put Fred in a contest with anyone I know in regards to watching NBA games. So, with you've got a favorite in the World Cup?
No, I don't. I've never have cared about
soccer,
about that game, soccer at all.
But you knew about Pelé.
Oh, I knew about it, absolutely.
Yeah. So if he was alive now, you'd probably be watching it, right? But he's not.
I probably would.
Yeah.
Come to think, because he was a superstar.
Yeah.
So it's hard not to watch somebody of your race that's a superstar, and he is that.
Right.
He was that.
And with the teams that are remaining, when you get a chance, if you can watch for a few minutes, I would appreciate it. They have some of the greatest athletes in the world participating in soccer.
They have to. They've got one guy making $100 million a year playing soccer.
Messi.
It's just unbelievable.
Yes.
I mean, that's his salary.
Yeah, I know that is. Yes. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, as we get ready to part ways,
I want to say one other thing to anybody that's not listening. I know everybody is naming three teams that they think LeBron James ought to go to.
Yes.
I think it's Miami and Cleveland
and Golden State.
And Golden State. Where he needs to go is San Antonio.
Well, how would they fit him in, Fred?
He'd be the best thing. Listen, man, what's killing San Antonio is they don't have any sizable guys who can shrink the defense. They can play Wemby any way they want. But if they had LeBron James on that team, son, you couldn't do that.
Okay, so with
how does you play on?
How does having LeBron on the Spurs make Wemby better? Wembley better.
Okay, he's handling the ball, right?
Yes.
So what are you gonna do to stop him from driving?
Okay.
So then when he starts driving, are you gonna drop off somebody to keep him from passing that ball to Wemby?
Yeah.
Oh man, it would be an awesome tandem to have him on that team, because if they don't drop off, he'll score 80 points.
Well, but Fred, look at him with Golden State with Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Anthony Davis if he's healthy. How good would they be?
They're not going to get Anthony Davis, number one, so that ain't going to happen. But Porzingis, even though he's tall enough, he's still not physical enough. You got a bunch of old players there, and I don't. That would be a good team. Now, don't get me wrong. I think they'd be a playoff team even without Anthony Davis.
Okay.
But
could they
play? I think LeBron James.
Could they go further than San Antonio?
No.
Okay.
If San Antonio got LeBron James, if they'd had LeBron James this year, they would have won it. Because they would have had a coach on the floor when they don't have a coach on the bench.
Yeah. Well,
so they lacked a coach, period.
Yeah.
I mean, to have a 29-point lead and jack up the ball from 13 times in a row and make none of them and don't even run the clock down.
Yes.
You don't have a coach.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you don't. Yeah. And even, but Fred, imagine you and I, Johnson's. We are Johnson. Even JJ, his daddy. If Coach Johnson's father, JJ Johnson, had been alive, and you and I and him are sitting on the bench, it would have probably been a fight down there for him, with us stressing, "Hey man, call timeout."
Damn right, call timeout. What are you doing? I mean, even Fox. I mean, when Fox stole the ball with 12 seconds left on the clock in the rundown there, knowing that and Noble is behind him, and your best bet is to dribble the ball out. Is to fake a shot and keep going.
Yep. Yeah.
And they didn't have anybody better Noble down there at that time. He could have dribbled it off at least 6 or 7 seconds off, and they would have had to foul him.
Right. Well, Fred, and
that's coaching.
Yeah, I know it is. I agree. And in closing, Fred, we end with this. President Trump is speaking from Mount Rushmore, if I'm correct, later today or tonight, in celebration of the 250th birthday of America, of the United States. But the word, Fred, the word is he would like to be on Mount Rushmore with the other people that are on Mount Rushmore. But my thing, Fred, and I know this is gonna make some people, Fred, I've run into some black guys. I'm talking about black guys between 30 and 40, 50 years old, maybe a little bit older. They believe he should be up there. What do you say to those people, Fred? They believe the bus of Donald Trump should be up on Mount Rushmore with the others that are already up there. Fred?
Well, that's incredible for them to even be willing to even state that openly. Shows to me that they have a depravity somewhere that needs to be addressed. I don't think that any normal person probably can even talk to them in a salient way where they would even understand what you were trying to tell them. So how could they? I can't even imagine.
Well, but I'm telling you Fred, I've run into them. And go and drop into one of these barbershops or someplace and just talk to some of these younger people, black males, and they will then not only will they say he needs to be up there, they will try to justify it to you.
I guess I would love to just entertain that conversation, just to be apprised of how stupid somebody can be.
Yeah.
I mean,
but they don't look at themselves as stupid, Fred.
Well, most stupid people don't think they're stupid.
Okay.
I mean, Donald Trump thinks he's a genius. Look how many times he's passed that cognizant test.
Yeah.
He said that nobody else could do it.
Yeah.
He said it's the only president to ever do it. And, of course, Jimmy Kimmel said he's the only one that ever needed to do it because they need to make sure he at least can identify an elephant or a giraffe or something.
Well, Fred, I want to thank you. You partaking in any barbecue during the July 4th holiday, or what? Or do you just eat fried chicken or what?
I was doing a lot of the barbecue, but I've gotten now where I don't really care that much about it. But I did have barbecue on the day that matters to me, and that's June the 19th.
Well, and I understand that's a good point. President Trump has pocketed over several $1 billion since he's been back in the White House.
Well, I'm sure glad you didn't say just two.
I said several.
Because,
yes.
Yeah, I'm glad you, because I noticed on the news today they were saying he's grifted over $2 million.
Yeah.
In the year 2025, but
$2 billion.
I can tell you right now, I don't have any proof of this, but I can tell you that Israel put a lot more money in his coffers somewhere where you can't find it in order to get him to attack Iran.
Okay, and
he didn't just attack Iran for no reason.
Yes.
Because he had no reason to attack. But somebody, and you know the name in Israel, wanted him to attack, so he attacked, but he got paid.
So, would you fly on that jet he received, the new Air Force One or whatever it is that he's riding around in now? Would you get in that plane and ride with him?
I wouldn't ride anywhere with him. I would not. Yeah. I would not ride with Donald Trump because I'd be afraid he would throw me out of the plane.
Not while it's still on the ground or not on takeoff, but you're talking about for 30,000 feet up.
Yeah, he would tell me to take a hike from 30,000 feet up. He said, "Go ahead, you got to get out now."
No parachute or nothing.
No parachute. You don't need that because don't you worry. When you hit that ground, the end's going to be quick and sudden.
And we have to end on a bright note, Fred. When you and I were coming up, we're going back a few years, but we don't care. We've been blessed to be around a few years. When you saw Wilma Rudolph out there running, Fred.
I know, boy. She was something, wasn't she?
I'm asking you, Fred. My memory's bad. Help me, Fred. My memory.
Yeah.
She was what, Fred?
She was something.
You know, Ali hit on her. Muhammad Ali, he was at the same Olympics over in Rome. He hit on her, and she told him something about he was too young for her. Something too.
Say he did.
She was only 2 or 3 years older than he was, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But she told him she would hurt him.
Well, I met Ali when he was here. He'd come over to Texas Southern all the time. I used to hang out over there around the gym with the swimming coach and the track coach and all those boys.
Yes.
Boys came to Houston from Florida. We were good friends.
Right.
And, boy, those gals, I've never seen anything like it.
Well, which one? We'll start a good argument. We're in with you really upsetting some people. Who had the better looking young ladies, Prairie View or Texas Southern?
Ooh. Man, I don't. Well, when I was at Prairie View, we didn't have 6,000 students.
Yeah, but you could come to Texas
and
Southern.
At that time, Texas Southern had 10,000.
So which one had the better looking women?
Well, I'm gonna have to go with the 10,000. But I can tell you one thing.
What's that?
Prairie View got the country gals.
Yes, I know.
And son, they were packing.
Well,
corn-fed gals was packing. I'm talking about.
Well, which one did Fred Batts have the better luck in? Prairie View or Texas Southern?
I didn't do much at Texas Southern.
Yes.
I was so busy at Prairie View that I didn't even think about coming to Texas Southern, to be honest with you.
You just come down and hang around with the boys for a few minutes and go and head
down,
right back to Prairie View.
Oh, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm telling you. Prairie View. You know, Prairie View's got more students now than Texas Southern.
That's what they tell me, yes.
Yeah, Prairie View's it's got right at 10,000 students, in Texas Southern. It's dropped a little bit there in the 8,800.
Oh, okay. I got you. I know you keep up with that. Well, I want to thank you. And
I
have a good weekend. Go get your.
Thank you, my friend.
Go get your slab of ribs on me somewhere, and I'll try to compensate you for it. Get your slab somewhere.
Say you will.
Yes.
Let me call somebody.
I know you are. I know you are already. You call me.
Okay.
Call me, and I know where to come. I know where you are. You know, I haven't forgotten where you are now. I know where you are. So call me. Okay.
my friend.
Bye-bye. Thank
All
you.
right.
Fred Batts,
Bye.
we thank him. I'm Ralph Cooper. This is KCOH, and it's about 5 minutes to 2 Central Standard Time on a somewhat cloudy day here in Houston. Caller, you're on.
We're in some Florida, Ralph. How you doing?
Hey, all right. Hey, man, how you doing?
Doing good. Hey,
Yeah.
we can never replace the man. We can never replace the man, and God knows I missed him. But Ralph, I think we got a new closer.
Well, you're like Fred Batts. That's why, yeah.
Man, he tells the truth, Ralph, and he is no filter.
Right.
This man is. He ain't as off the chain as the closer was, but he speaks his mind and he speaks it clearly.
But
and he tells the truth like it is.
Yeah, believe me, he is. I'll put it this way: he's wilder than the closer was.
Really?
Yeah, he's just a little. He's just holding back. He's just being a little conservative because he's on the radio with me. But
Well, Rob, you got to turn him loose. You got to turn him loose, man.
No, he'll turn himself. He kind of did it in the end of the program just then. You heard a little bit of that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard it.
Yeah, I know you did.
As far as the 4th of July,
yes,
I have to agree with Mr. Belafonte yesterday. His statements and his opinion on 4th of July and what Fred Batts said.
Yes.
Ralph, I'm a black African American here in the country of America, but when the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they didn't think about us. That freedom for Independence Day was not for us.
Yes.
I mean, all my life I celebrated 4th of July because that's what I knew. I was grown up on. And when I was in high school, there was a Cuban teacher. He told me, and I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. He said, you have to unlearn what you've learned. And
Right.
now that I've discovered Juneteenth, I consider that more of our Independence Day as African Americans.
Right.
Granted, are we truly free from oppression and racism? No. But at 4th of July, yeah, I'm going to barbecue, not tomorrow, but Sunday, and I'm going to celebrate. I celebrate July now. But going back to what they said, when the forefathers wrote that,
Yes.
they had no intention of that to apply to us.
Right, and you know, yeah, and you know, even when Fred mentioned the Alamo, see, to show you how you have to be untaught. Okay, you grew up with the Alamo. I grew up with Fess Parker playing Davy Crockett on the Disney, on Walt Disney program that came on TV back in the day. Fess Parker with the coonskin hat and all that type of stuff played Fess Park. I played Davy Crockett, and you were a worshiper or admirer of Davy Crockett, not knowing the full history. Then you had John Wayne, who played him in a movie, right? John Wayne plays him in a movie, and a couple of others well-known actors also played him. But so you go to the Alamo. And this friend say, I want you to come over here and read this letter. It's a letter over here I want you to see. So it was an old letter. You know how they put it in a frame and they reserved it, laminated or whatever. And you read the letter. The letter is from the Mexican government telling the Texans that they didn't want slavery, which was one of the, like Fred said, was one of the reasons they were fighting. They didn't want slavery. The Mexicans didn't want slavery in the area. The Americans, some of them, David Crockett and Jim Bowie and William Travis, had slaves with them. And that was part of that battle. But again, you had been taught to worship these people, or they were heroes, and then you find out that you've been worshiping people who wanted you in chains.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Ralph, I don't live in Texas, so I don't really know the true dynamics of it.
Yeah.
It seems like white America has villainized Mexicans come across the border, and even here in my state, I respect them, I greet them, I smile, say hello, good morning. But they villainize people coming across the border and make us look down upon them when these people were at Alamo. If you really understand the history, which I understood it from listening to this show, that the Mexicans were fighting because they didn't want slavery in Mexico, at least in their territory.
Right.
So they're more of our allies than our fellow Americans are, white Americans.
Well, and then
in my humble opinion.
Right, and then they came. many of these explorers came with the blessing of President Andrew Jackson, who wanted them to come down here to get the territory, right?
Yes.
You look at, like I just mentioned with Fred, Crockett, Texas. Crockett, Texas is named after David Crockett. That's where Fred Batts is from. Crockett, Texas is, you got areas down here named after these people. Bowie, I mean, and you know, so that's how it happened. But hey, you know, that's the way it was.
Yeah, that's the way it was. But also too, like I said, I've learned a lot listening to this station for the past 5 years, and I download a lot of the videos now, especially since I can get YouTube with you guys. Because 20 or 30 years from now, who's to say that some of this won't be erased, but people won't be talking about it? And when you don't talk about your history, you lose it.
Right.
So,
right.
So I want to thank you guys for what you guys educated me and opening my eyes to things. But also, too, before I get off, I was listening to the show yesterday, and you were talking about the young man that was in the Super Bowl, 3 Super Bowls that went to Texas Southern.
And he was from Florida.
And I was about to correct you on that, because yesterday you said he was from, I said, no, he went to Texas Southern, but he's from Florida. The more I listen to this, Florida and Texas kind of same, Ralph. We let you guys are athletes, and you guys enhance them. Right, the roots are always there in Florida. So I just want to point that out.
Right. And see, the thing about it is, he came to Texas Southern because of another person from Florida who became the coach at Texas Southern. Clifford Paul becomes the coach, and he's from that area. He was coaching at Edward Waters. That is in Florida, right? Edward Waters College or University is down in Florida. So
yes, sir.
And Florida State and Florida and Miami, Florida, and all those other schools in Florida were not accepting blacks at that time, or they were about to maybe, but they were not. But so Clifford Paul, when he got hired by Texas Southern, that was one of the promises he made, was that he could get the Florida players here, which he did do. Kenny Burrow came from Florida. I don't know if you knew that, but when I talk about
you told me that.
Yeah, he came from Florida, and there were a host of others that came, and they became great citizens here. Ricky Holden. Some of these people never really went back. The only thing they went back to visit Florida, but they became Houstonians. And Lloyd Mumford went to Middleton High School, and I want to say Tampa, Florida. He went to Middleton High School, and he got what they used to do. Clifford Paul would send several of his coaches over to Florida in TSU station wagons. They had station wagons with Texas Southern all on the side of it, both sides. And say they were recruiting you and I were living over in the Clearwater area, St. Pete area, and they would come in there and talk to us and our parents, and we'd leave with them coming back to Texas on scholarships.
In a station wagon.
Yeah, they weren't getting flown over here. And it may have been 7 or 8 of them in the station wagon coming back over here in that venture. But this time of year, especially because this was the time, to say some of the guys had jobs over in that area, this was the time they were leaving those jobs to come go to school at Texas Southern. And Lloyd Mumford, probably his story is probably somewhat similar to many of the others, the great ones that came out of Florida who became Texas Southern student athletes and performed at a top level. Think about it. This guy played in 3 Super Bowls.
Yep.
2 with the Dolphins. 2 with the Dolphins, 1 with the Baltimore Colts, and was like the 300 pick in the draft. Because at that time they were doing drafts of 20. They do 20 or 22 rounds of drafting back in the day. Because, see, first of all, they didn't have that many teams, so they would draft more players.
Yeah.
And as they increased the teams, they cut the draft down. But yeah, that's Lloyd Mumford is his name.
Okay, well, I wish you a happy 4th and a safe 4th, like I said.
And thank you. And thank you and all the other Floridians or whatever, for your contributions to Texas.
Exactly. So when Ron Scurry calls in about Texas Dad, remember, we are one. Let him know that, Ralph.
Well, he can hear you. He's probably listening today. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. You have a good weekend, my friend.
Don't burn your barbecue up. Do you still have Uncle Buddy's barbecue sauce, or y'all out of that?
I'm running low, Ralph. I'm running low,
Remind me. Okay. Remind me. Okay.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you. Okay. Let's try another one here. Caller, you're on.
Hey, good afternoon, Ralph.
Hey, good
afternoon. Ralph, I just want to tell you, man, that was good to have Mr. Batso, man. I really appreciated that, man. He bring it, Ralph. I really enjoyed it, too. I just want to thank you for bringing Mr. Fred Batso on. It was like a history class, everything in one, Ralph. You know, and the man is filled with knowledge, Ralph, and a lot of wisdom. And, Ralph, you know...
And the man you should have, in his younger days, he was a great singer and a musician. He still plays the piano, if I'm correct, but he can still sing. I'm gonna try to get him to hum a little bit one time when I get him back on in the future. But he can sing. Yes.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty talented. You know, Ralph, man, this station here, Ralph. I'm not gonna lie, I did not know about the Mexicans and slavery till I started listening to KSOH, because now I'm in the 4th grade. My 4th grade teacher told us that Santa Ana was a bad guy.
Well, all that time. Yeah. Well, that's
Ralph, and you put Santa Ana was a bad guy on your paper in the 4th grade, it's gonna be more wrong.
No, you're gonna fail the class. You're gonna fail that course. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, and then I'm listening to KSOH. I heard you say once before, and you talking about the Hispanics. You know, the Mexicans down there, they didn't want the slavery that in their territory, so they was really our friends.
Well, and
then these years let us be that the Mexicans was bad people, Santa Ana was bad. When you look at it, it was David Crockett, William Travis, and Jim Boyd. They was bad guys.
And see, think about it. David Crockett came from Tennessee. Travis, if I'm correct, came from out of the North and South Carolina area, and then you had Jim Bowie, I think, may have been out of that Tennessee area at first, but he was also out of he spent time down in New Orleans before. But but they had the blessings of the government. Go back to read the history, if I'm correct. I think William Polk was the president near then, and then you had Andrew Jackson, who was a friend of David Crockett's.
And you know, the Klan originated out of Tennessee.
Right. But they were sent. They came down here because of the same reason Americans came as we celebrate the American Revolution. The English people came here to get land from Native Americans who were really willing to work with them. Right? They really wanted to work with them, but nope. The visitors, the explorers who claimed they had discovered the country, although there were people already here, they wanted everything. So now they found out about this land down south here, Texas. I'm speaking of now. Now they send people down this way to take this land.
So they wanted it all.
Yeah, they took the land. Go back and just read about what they did now. They came in and put their own ways in, and then when the people who actually own the property say, wait a minute now, we let you come down here and settle. See, think about the Mexican people, if I'm correct, let the Native Americans, let the Americans come down here and settle with the understanding, though, you're not supposed to have slaves. But they didn't stop that. They kept the slaves, and they didn't let them go free, and they kept bringing them. Some people they brought the slaves here from Mississippi and Alabama. Even when the Civil War started, some had their slaves stashed over here.
Yeah, Ralph, because I tell people that's Alamo Battle, Ralph.
Yeah.
You know, that was tricky for us. Because remember now, the white folks lost at Alamo.
Yeah, but they fought, though. They fought like hell now. And
I know they did.
And
they lost like hell, too.
Yeah, but it was only a few. Think about if they had a real army there. They didn't have. They had some real fighters there, though. They had
right.
And it was strung out. The Santa Ana and David Crockett and all of them strung it out for 10 or 12, 13 days, but it could have probably been over sooner, and more Mexicans would have lost their lives. But even the people at the Alamo, they ran out of ammunition. They didn't have enough ammunition. They were not expecting that many people to come.
Right? Yeah, Ralph. But think about it, Ralph. Now, if they would have, if Santa Ana and them would have lost at the Alamo, Ralph, we've been there.
No, we still ended up. Just look at what happened. Sam Houston came and beat Santa Ana.
And beat Santa Ana. Got me at the Sanders in the battleground over there.
Right, and then Santa Ana had to live. He didn't want to die. He had to give up some stuff to stay alive, and part of that was slavery. Go back.
Right.
Part of that, Sam Houston had slaves. If you check into the history of Sam Houston, you will find out that there was a black side of Sam Houston's family, along with the Native American and the white side. There are many blacks around. Some may be listening to this program. There are many blacks who are from Huntsville. Who that big statue is not up there by accident. That's where Sam Houston was, and and the Sam Houston State University. That's why they have all of that in that area. That's where Sam Houston was, the governor or whatever, the founder of Texas, one of the founders of Texas, and he had blacks in his family. He had a black family.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, some of the blacks who were related to him are still living. When I say that, there's still family members who are descendants of Sam Houston who live now.
Right.
Yeah, and they're black.
Yeah, man, like I said, I really appreciate Fred Batts coming on, Rap, and he was telling like it is, Rap, and like I said, wow, man, really, I'll listen to what you're talking about. I really don't think the clothes have got too much on him.
Well, they both you have to know it, but anyway.
But you know, it may be close, but I think old Fred Batts was on edge those clothes out.
Oh yeah, they'd have been neck and neck. They would have been like Seabiscuit may not have beaten Secretariat, but he would have been a little close. You know what I'm talking about? A little bit closer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But see, the other thing about Fred Batts that I want, since I had him on, his brother was the first real Republican black that I met around here. His brother was a Republican, and his brother William Batts, he was Colonel William Batts. He was a real colonel in the service, Colonel William Batts, and he also worked at Texas Southern. He was a professor at Texas Southern before he died or whatever. And William Batts, the Republican, was a real Republican. I'm not talking about what you see in the Republican Party. Now, this guy was a real Republican. He ran against Sheila Jackson Lee.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, he ran a campaign, and one of his friends, say, hey, man, I don't think, he said, he came and asked, he said, what do you think about me running against Sheila Jackson Lee? No, first he put it this way, what do you think about a black guy running against Sheila Jackson Lee? And I said, you're going to get the devil beat out of it. He said, well, what about me? I said, you? He said, yeah, what if it was me? I said, you're going to still get the devil beat out of it. The best thing you can do is campaign hard and let people know you are a Republican. You don't hate Sheila or anything. You're trying to make the district, I'm talking about the Congressional District 18. You're trying to make the district better. And he ran and lost. But he was proud of the fact that he ran. Then you have some people, they found out you knew him and you were his friend. He was my friend. Yeah. Hey, man, how could you support this Republican running against Sheila? I said, Sheila knows we're friends. She knows that this man has been my friend for years.
Exactly. I got to support my friend.
And he never one time did he say anything negative about Sheila Jackson Lee. He always praised her, but he always said that he thought he could do a better job. That was part of his campaign. He could do a better job, he thought.
Well, from listening to Fred Batts talk, I mean, he's definitely no dummy.
Well, he was a good man. Yeah, he died early, a victim of a cancer, if I'm correct. Cancer. Yeah, he died early. He died in his late 40s or early 50s. He was a young man.
Well, Ralph, happy July 4th to you. Not July 4th, but July 4th, as Mr. Baxter said. It's all a lie. Happy July 4th, Ralph. And as Michael Harris said earlier this morning, Trump don't need to be on Mount Rushmore. He need to be on trial.
Well, you agree with, you don't think Trump should be They should make a place on Mount Rushmore for Trump.
They can put they can put his trial up there. They can put his butt on trial.
Well, he's already got 34 convictions. He's a 34-time felon, right?
Exactly, and just add more to it, Ralph. Because he does it really big time. I can say, Ralph, he need to be on trial, Ralph. Now, Ralph, when you went there, Ralph, let me ask you this question: how did Trump have, as a businessman, he had 26 businesses that all failed as a businessman, and now all of a sudden getting the White House, Ralph, now he got several, as you say there, he got several $1 billion. See, they just saying two. I'm pretty sure it's more than $2 billion. Also, and Ralph, he got the $2 billion within 7 months' time,
and a new Air Force One.
Ralph,
his own transportation, and not counting, but it's going to come out at some time. How has his family benefited? And especially his 2 older sons. I think the mother of his younger son who is his present wife, is looking out for her son and herself, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, she's watching probably that situation very closely to keep her son, the son she had with him, out of this particular mix, because when this is all over, you don't know how these people are going to come after them, and you know and we know they're coming.
Right, Jane. I heard you say once before. James Brown got a song called "Payback."
Yeah, that's the name of the song. Big Payback. Shoot. I'll see you later.
Keep up the good work, man.
Okay, thank you. Bye. All right. Okay, let's try another one. Caller, you're on. Hello.
Hello, Ralph.
Yes, go ahead.
People don't understand how powerful Mexico once was. They own California. I think Texas paid them $10 million to purchase California, Nevada, New Mexico. They own some of the prime land of the United States. So, it's all about when you win a war, just like World War I and II. Only thing that we didn't get for Vietnam was that we just got out. It didn't waste any more lives there. So Mexico wasn't no small potatoes. Texas was the small potatoes with big ideas. Just like when they came over here in 1620 from England, and they met the Indians who was here originally, and by the way, they put them on reservation. So, well, all we doing is just living what was always in the past, and now the past has become superimposed on us because of Donald Trump. Whether he's a racist or not, all I know is he smells the money, and he's a known liar. I don't know why they think that every time he gives a speech, he's telling you the truth. All he's doing is just bulldogging you to try to squeeze little money out of you, and you embrace him because of the character that he projects. He don't care about white people, black people, Indians. He don't care about anybody. All he cares about is the money. Then they have a song for OJ, money, money, money. They talk about Donald Trump too. So all I say is anybody who votes for him, whether you white or whatever race, all you doing is enslaving yourself to what I believe is a pedophile.
Do you put Donald Trump is speaking tonight, President Trump? Are you going to listen to him? Are you listening to him tonight? And do you think, like he does, he should be up on Mount Rushmore?
Oh, hell no. And I do listen to him. And I look at the crowd, which has been sparse lately, because they done picked up on him. They pockets is light. When you talking about we doing good, he's talking about the rich folks like him. America, you have dumbed yourself down
scoundrels who do not even deserve to have a title. If anybody needs to be ran out of the United States, it should be President Donald Trump, because all he's doing is just raping the United States and our children, and y'all just embracing this dude.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, well, man.
What are you?
Huh?
Let me ask you something. Over there, be honest with me too.
Okay.
The holiday has already started for you, right?
Every day is a holiday for me when you get almost 80 rand.
I understand that. I understand. Let me reword my question there.
Okay.
We are in the midst of pre-July 4th, right? The pre-July 4th, right?
Yep.
And you are going to indulge in your favorite beer a little bit deeper, right?
Every day.
So how many, between today and tomorrow and Sunday, how many beers do you think you'll put away?
Cool, say?
Yeah, how many you think you'll put away between say in the next 48 hours from now until Sunday this time, how many Coors Lights will you put away?
Oh, probably 36.
That's 48
I
hours.
tell my doctor that.
That's 48 hours. We're talking about 48 hours. 48 hours from now, you would have put away 36 Coors Lights.
It's Coors Light. It's not Budweiser.
I know.
Budweiser, I couldn't even do a 6-pack.
But Coors
Budweiser is Coors Light. I mean, that's what it is. Coors Light.
And you're gonna put away 36 of them. You're gonna put away 36 of them in the next 48 hours. That's nearly 1 hour.
That is nothing. I lost count. I just drank beer because I like the taste of Coors Light. I was drinking in the military, but I was drinking the one in yellow can. You can't drink nothing but one Coors Light in the yellow can.
I know you can't.
That's full beer.
Yeah, that's another kind of beer. But what are you eating? What are you eating, if I may ask?
Oh, I ordered something through DoorDash, some Lotus, something to eat me 9 fried oysters and some gumbo, garlic bread, and 2 egg rolls.
And being a little on the nosy side, what were the 9? What are the 9 oysters for? What are that? What's that going to do for your appetite?
I just like the taste of fried oysters. I'm an oyster man. I don't eat them raw now. But I tried one time and I threw up. Nope.
So you eat 9 fried oysters. 9 fried oysters.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
They season real good. I buy them from Lotus.
Oh, okay. I got you. I know Lotus here. They got one out in the Pearland area too, I think. Yeah.
That's why I ordered some, and they are good, man.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Well, so you know about Lotus, then?
Yeah, I know about Lotus. Yeah, they've got great fish, great seafood. Bro. Yeah, great seafood. Yeah. Thank you.
Gumbo.
It's more than gumbo. It's good. It's great. Yeah, thank you.
All right, my man.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Okay, let's do this, and we'll be back on the phone in a moment.
The Morning Magazine is the show that has Houston talking. Houston talking.
I'm Paris Eley, inviting you to join us on The Morning Magazine from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on KCOH. The Morning Magazine, where we choose to keep news stories factual, commentary informative, and conversations productive. As you might guess, it's a work in progress. Tune in and see for yourself. You're invited to join us with your thoughtful analyses and considered opinions as well on topics meant to address community needs and solve our common problems. Join me on The Morning Magazine.
The Morning Magazine with Paris Eley. Weekday mornings, 8 to 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Are you looking for a pharmacy where you're more than just the next person in line, where the pharmacists are friendly, willing to talk to you about your prescriptions and over-the-counter medications, where they make deliveries to customers in the general area? Then you need my pharmacy of choice, Mercury Drive Pharmacy, 918 Mercury Drive, right off of I-10 East near the 610 Loop. James Muldrow and his staff are there to serve you. I've been a customer for over 37 years. The insurance companies have tried to steer me to the corporate pharmacies, but I prefer Mercury Drive. It's a staple in East Houston, serving Fidelity, Jacinto City, Pleasantville, Fifth Ward, North Shore, Wood Forest, Galena Park, Channel View, offering free delivery to those areas and others. Most insurances are accepted. Mercury Drive Pharmacy is open Monday through Saturday for your convenience. Phone 713-674-6122, 713-674-6122. Mr. Muldrow and his staff are happy to serve you. Mercury Drive Pharmacy, 918 Mercury Drive, south of I-10 East.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away, but the drive is definitely worth it. E. Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you gotta do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi, I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental, 713-738-1999.
Saturdays, we're taking you back with Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks. Soulful, funky, rhythm and blues, disco, doo-wop, rock and roll, new jack swing, and everything in between. Inside Tracks has all the classics for you and even those forgotten gems too. So join Carrie Lewis on Inside Tracks every Saturday afternoon beginning at 2 p.m. only on KCOH 1230 The Source.
And we are back, and 713-668-1230 is the number. Let me take a telephone call, and we'll take a call right now. And caller, you're on.
Hey, good afternoon, Ralph.
All right, good afternoon.
I ain't gonna take up much of your time, my brother, but Crockett, man, Crockett, Texas is it's an old city, man, but it's a beautiful landscape, man. The way the leaves change colors up there.
Yes.
The hilly area.
Yes.
All the way to Waco. I mean, not Waco, but I used to go, was it Palestine? I used to work up in them areas, and man, it's real pretty up there, man.
Plus, great fishing in the area, I understand.
Yeah, it's right off of 304, man. It's a big pond of water out there, you know. I never did drive up in that part of it, but I know I passed that area a lot, you know.
Right.
It's real nice up there. And hey, man, you know that fight song that UT have, the Eyes of Texas.
Yes.
You know what that means, right?
Know what? I'm listening. You learn something all the time. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, that's the Eyes of Texas are among you. You can't run away. That's that's what they used to sing to them slaves back in the day, man.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you go anywhere north, south, east, or west outside of Houston, man, that's a part of history.
Okay.
You know, with the San Jacinto Battleground, you know, if you go down south, Lake Jackson, Altamira, Stephen F. Austin, they got a big old statue of him out there, you know.
Right.
If you go to Bay City and all them areas, man, that's all South Texas, you know.
Okay.
So, you know, it's and then even in Sugar Land, Ralph, you know, and that the area right outside of
well, the Sienna Plantation area was known for slavery.
Oh yeah, they got plantations out, man. It wood, they rice and cotton down there, you know. It's a lot of Texas.
Okay. Anything?
You know,
yeah.
Area right there off of Washington Westcott area, man. That's what that fort was. But you know, when they came down to Fort Ward, and you know, all that stuff happened with them guys, end up getting hanged and stuff. You know, yeah, that's all history, Ralph. So, you know, but hey, man, you know, I like what the last caller you had on. We'll call it July. That's a good name for this time of year, man. Oh. Anytime it come around,
yes,
everything's a lie, you know.
Okay.
And then the way they trying to change history and all of that, man.
Yes.
I'm glad people call in and, you know, we speak about stuff like this, you know.
Well, that's one reason we have the program, and thank you. I appreciate that.
Entertainment and inform, Ralph. Keep up the good work, sir.
Okay, you have a great, enjoyable holiday of what you call the holiday again? What's the holiday?
July.
I'll see you later. Bye. Bye.
All right, Ralph. Later, man.
Okay. Let's see if we can get another one in here. Caller, you're on.
Ralph Coop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What's going on, man?
Oh, you've got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to go up in here and get me some of these doggone ribs up in there this fiesta. Hope they got some.
Well, you kind of late, but you better.
Yeah, I'm kind of late.
Yeah.
Buds, you can't even get in buds.
Well, that's why it's buds.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I'm talking about cars all the way around the place, man.
Right. I got
you. Yeah. Man, I'm glad they got Marcus Smart. They done made some good trades this season, man. All the way around, you hear me. You know what I mean? But I'm glad they got Smart. You know, he can help run that point. Van Fleet gonna be back though.
Yeah.
You know, but it's always good to have more than one person.
Oh, I agree with you on that now.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do. Okay. Anything else? Keep going. Yeah. You can go on and talk. I'm listening.
Oh no, I'm finna run on up in here, man. See if can I find some meat, something to throw on the grill.
Yeah, you waited kind of late. I said you waited kind of late. So good luck.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, I know you see. So you must remember. See, what everybody kind of took for granted is July the 4th is on a July 4th is on a Saturday this time. Today is a Friday. Yeah. Today's Friday.
Today's
some
Friday. Yeah,
and some people took off today. And they took off. Some people took off.
Yeah, they're going to get them a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, see, some people take off, and here you are at about to be 3 o'clock trying to go find you some meat.
Yeah, man. You know, hey, man, you know how it is, man. Everything hits you at one time.
I know.
Everything hits you at one time, man.
But you'll be all right. Just get on out there. So, bye. I'll see you later. Good luck. Let me know how you come out, though, when you get through. Okay? Thank you.
All right, Doc.
Okay,
all
good luck. Bye. Let's try another one. Call it. Oops. Caller, you're on.
Hey,
hello.
What's up, Coop? Happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th to July. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about my grandfather when he was talking about that beer. His favorite beer was Miller High Life, a champagne of beer.
Yeah, back in the, you had Miller's, Pearl, Falstaff back in the day. And then I'm gonna throw one on you probably never heard of. You never heard of Red Cap, did you?
That's over in Bahamas, right?
No, you had a Red Cap here in Texas, in Houston.
Okay.
Red Cap beer, and somebody said, "Did you try all these?" Nope. No. Red Cap. You had Red Cap, Falstaff, Slits, and Pearl.
Yeah.
Pearl beer. You heard of Pearl, right?
Yeah, I used to be a Flitz drinker back in school.
Yeah,
but I gotta get back to work, Coop. I was just hollering at you. But listen, now on that Trump thing.
Yeah, the Trump on the Mount Rushmore. You want him up there?
Yeah. I don't care one way or another.
Well, let me put it this way: would you vote against him not going up there? Would you vote against them not putting Trump's image on Mount Rushmore? Would you vote against it?
I got to think about that one.
Okay.
But listen, Cooper. But I did have an idea about whether or not the family will be prosecuted after Trump leaves office, though.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, because I know you pushed that question to me yesterday.
Yeah, but let me just make sure I make the right statement. I think an effort will be made to prosecute some members of the Trump family after this presidency is over. Yes. Okay. Now go ahead.
Yeah, and my question to you, I think the people would like to close the book on the Trumps, man. If Trump was to leave at the end of his term, I think that would be more of an effort to close the book, including his family, and move past it.
Well, that's the way. Okay, but history says that's not true because people seek revenge.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, somebody's gonna seek some revenge somewhere. You and I in there, and say we had gotten up there and say, "Hey, man, look here, Mr. Trump. I'm not gonna do anything to you or your family when you're out of the way, but."
Yeah, he's gonna pardon those guys, though, man. He's gonna do the same thing.
Well, yeah, but if they don't charge them until he's gone, he can't pardon them, right? If he's out of the presidency
before he leaves.
Yeah, but what is he going? If they're not charged with anything, what is he gonna pardon them for?
I gotta look into that.
Yeah, look into that for me. If they have not been charged, if his let's say his two sons, older sons, if they haven't been charged with anything when he's out of the presidency. Can he pardon them for what? They don't have any charges against them.
Yeah, that's a good question. But I got to get back, Coop.
Okay,
but we'll pick up on it next week.
Okay, have a good 4th of July. Thank you.
No doubt. Yourself as well.
Okay. Let me see if I can get a couple of more in here before I get out of here. Caller, you're on.
Good afternoon, Coop.
All right, you got it.
Hey, first thing, I don't want to see this dude on nothing.
Mount Rushmore?
I don't want to see him on nothing, Ralph. When this dude gone, I wish his term was up now. This is the worst thing ever happened to the world.
Yeah.
I don't want to see this dude on nothing, Ralph.
Yeah.
So I hate to even look at it.
Well, you say that as if you are a man who has really thought about what you're saying. You're not just saying something at random.
No, Ralph. I have, Ralph. I mean, you got to be Ray Charles not to see this. This here, he's a racist. Anybody that's a racist against my people and other people, Ralph, and spiteful and low down and evil as he is, and just doing what he want to do and spew stuff out his mouth, Ralph, about people, I got no use for him. Hatred and spewing hatred out his mouth and talk bad about people and talk down to people. I got no use for him, Ralph, for a bunch of reasons.
Okay, that's why I asked you.
No use for him.
Yeah, that's
right.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
The rocket that snuck around here and halfway added some key additions.
Oh yeah, they have. Go ahead. The Rockets have something to work with.
Yeah, with that shooter coming off the bench, that foreign shooter, Walker Smart, and then you got Adam coming back, and hopefully the big guy, he can get his game back. You got Durant, Van Fleet, Amin Thompson. They just stuck around here halfway, got sneaky good.
Well, the key is they need to be healthy when the playoffs come up.
Need to be healthy. I agree with you, Ralph. They need to be healthy.
Yeah.
That's right. And let me ask you one other thing, Ralph. All this FIFA money, all this attendance, who gets this money? What do they do with it? Is it an organization or what?
You bring up all of the what kind of money again? This FIFA money?
This FIFA money, this soccer money. They breaking records everywhere, Ralph.
Yeah.
And I mean, like tomorrow, the cheapest ticket tomorrow is $700 to get in the stadium tomorrow.
No. Think about this. Tonight down in Miami, the cheapest ticket is $2,000.
And it's gonna be sold out.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Oh, it's already just about sold out. But the cheapest ticket is running $2,000, and like you said, here tomorrow is $700. We got a few. I've got 4 kids going tomorrow, right? So.
I wish I could stoop down, Ralph, and sneak up in there with them to see. I mean, that's $3,000 right there, Ralph, at a minimum.
Hey, and as always, this time I had 2 of them though. 2 already have say, Mr. Ralph, I can go, but I ain't got no money.
Yeah.
I say, well, and I'm thinking about what you just said. Now I can go sell these damn tickets for give me $2,000 or $3,000 right off the top, right quick.
Easy at a minimum.
Yeah,
at a minimum.
So I say, well, you got $20. You're gonna have $20. They're gonna give you $20. I mean, this is 2 different kids now. I say y'all gonna have $20 each. Can you have 20? No, we don't. My mama don't have. They got the mama and then this and mama and that and. Grandma ain't got nothing.
Yeah. They done broke you down with that.
I said, so I brought up something else. I said, let me see. I said, show me something. I say, do something for me, and if it's what it is, I'll find a way to get you covered. Send me your grade card. Send me your school grade card. I told him to send me the school grade card. You don't have any money. I'm gonna help you get into the soccer event, $700, $800 a ticket, but you don't have any spending money. And you're a child, you're 13, 14 years old, show me your card. Show me your card. If you got more A's and B's than you have C's and whatever else, I got you covered some kind of way. I'll find you a way to get covered.
And that's a good way to deal with that, Ralph. You're right.
And guess what? They're making good grades. But
that's a blessing for them, Ralph.
But the one that's doing all the talking and asking for the help, his grade in conduct was even. Whatever they do that with the conduct thing.
Yeah.
So that I said to myself, well, that figures he was bold enough to ask for him and his friend. We thank you for the tickets to getting us into the soccer, but we don't have any money.
But maybe this experience, Ralph, would turn them around.
Well, I told him that also. I said, look, when I was a kid, I had somebody help me like I'm helping you all. Like I'm helping you all.
Right.
Somebody helped me, but I never forgot and we came back and helped. So if you make me a promise that down the road, or even at the age you are now, you would think about down the road when you're in a position to help some other people, you'll do it. And they both said yes. But so that's where we are.
And that's what Pastor West preached about Sunday around gratitude. And I've been thinking about it all week.
And I thought
gratitude.
I thought about it after I tried to find this money for him. I said to myself, now I've gone to a game and got there where they didn't have any more free food for the press, right? So I go up to the concession stand at one of these stadiums, and I get a box of popcorn and a beer, and it was $18.
And it's probably more than that out there today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This was a year or 2 ago. It was $18, but I was hungry. I hadn't eaten anything, and I was going to stay down there for the game. And I looked up there and saw some of them other prices. I wasn't about to pay for a hamburger and some of the other stuff, but that was still $18 right there.
Well, even down at the Fan Fest, Ralph, a bottle of water is $7.
I'm gone, man.
And a $30 for a hamburger place of fries. And one last thing, Ralph.
Yes.
You know our friend will be at this weekend, right?
Oh yes. I want to say hello to the family of Willie Anderson. Our great friend Willie Anderson. He'll be over in New Orleans, right?
At the Essence Festival. You're right, Ralph.
He would have called this morning.
That's right. Walking around
the Essence Festival over in New Orleans. Willie Anderson, some of you may be asking, is Willie Anderson the one that worked for the gas company? Yep, Centerpoint. That's the one we're talking about, Willie Anderson, right? You know him. You knew it.
Yep, he will be in New Orleans this weekend, calling up early in the morning, walking around New Orleans, calling us on the telephone.
And we miss him.
Yeah.
And we miss him.
That's right.
Thank you for bringing him up.
That's right. Yep. And you and Uncle Bob, y'all have a blessed holiday, Ralph.
Same to you. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, right quick before we get a fishing report. We're going to get a full fishing report in with Mr. Robert Johnson in a moment. Caller, you're on.
Go Hawks.
Go who?
Hawks.
What Hawks?
Seahawks.
Yeah, okay, but thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, look here, Ralph.
Yeah, and I need you to do something for me, too. I need you to text me.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Jair, and I'll have him send it to you.
Yes, text me the number how to get in touch with you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Do that as soon as you hang up, will you? I forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I forgot to write my number down. But look here. Let me tell you something about this cup of coffee. Say, man, you could build that. Man, let me tell you something. I would tell that dude he's talking about to go to hell, but the devil don't want him there. He gonna come down there and outline him. But Ralph, let me say this.
Yeah.
Go Portugal.
Well, why Portugal? Why not go Ghana?
Huh? Well, you can go Ghana.
Okay, well, why you going Portugal? Why you going Portugal?
I work with a good nation, man. I ain't got a favorable view of Ghana right now.
I thought maybe have you seen what's traveling with the Ghanans?
Yeah, but my coworker got me. He got me with a walk view of the nation.
Yeah, okay. You got Portugal. That's okay. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. He. I ain't gonna forget it.
And you got Morocco and Canada playing over here tomorrow. That's the one the youngsters are going to. They're going to see Morocco and Canada, if I'm correct, in the NRG.
Go Morocco.
Yeah, they're going to see them.
Yeah. But Ralph, let me say this. This president and his family need to go to jail for all this thievery they did.
Well, like I said, there's a reason it's being handled like it is. If you try to charge them with something now, and
no, I wouldn't charge them now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because they can come back and be pardoned because their father is still in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't charge them now.
Yeah,
and everywhere they got money, man, I would have some. Anyway,
well, you ain't got.
You
don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna tell you why. They've disturbed and ridiculed and just mistreated some people in the media and the companies they work for. Those are the people. They've got people who are being paid to do the research, other than just people who are in a political office. That's what I'm saying. You've got reporters after them.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, not just reporters, Ralph. You're gonna have people from these other countries after them too, because of everything they done did. You know, they killed all them girls in that school.
Yeah.
It's just sad, and I just think we done lost standing in the world. We didn't have much of a reputation already. Whatever was left was going down, and I really think he's the Manchurian candidate. I really do, man.
Well, call me back earlier one day. I want to talk about that.
Yeah. I will. All right, Ralph. I'm gonna send it to him.
Happy holiday, and they're gonna put
Happy 5th of July.
And we're gonna
Happy 5th of July.
We're gonna put Trump's picture up on Trump's image up on Mount Rushmore. Thank you.
Now, Frederick Douglass say we wasn't free on the 4th, so why should we celebrate it?
Right. That's a great speech. People should.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, later.
Okay, let's get Mr. Robert Johnson in for a pre-July 4th fishing report. He may be on his boat.
Oh, yeah.
He may be on his boat. He may be on he may be on a charter. I'm going to listen to it. Good afternoon.
All right.
All right.
Well, I'll say happy 4th or happy 5th. I do understand. And, of course, we know that the summer crowd is going to be out this weekend. Now, this weekend, safety and courtesy will be paramount, especially with boaters. Fishermen will need to hydrate, to wear appropriate clothing, and to use sunscreen. The temperature will be hot. Seasonal boating fishermen need to be careful in the heat and operating a boat that they may only take out a couple of times a year. New boat owners, they will need to be accompanied by an experienced boater. You'd be surprised how many people purchase a new boat, take it to the water, and expect to know how to launch it and run the boat. And oftentimes they do get into trouble. Boaters will need to wear their life preservers and keep their boat kill switches on. Now, the fishing weather has been hot, and the summer doldrums are beginning. That's low velocity wind and increased heat. Last week we had a full moon, freshwater influx, and high pressure, which negatively impacted the catch. This weekend the weather will be favorable, but one will need to get out early to beat the crowd and to beat the heat. Boaters will need to avoid alcohol drinking until they are through fishing. Now, after they get back up on the shoreline or in their home, then drinking would probably be okay. And of course, avoid any lightning storms. If you see any lightning, you need to get off the water. Next, in freshwater, Lake Conroe and Lake Houston, especially at the dam in Lake Houston, has been excellent for catfishing. Crappie fishing remains good in local ponds with live bait. Next, last Saturday in saltwater, Captain Steve Coffey and a friend of his, they fished Clear Lake. They caught 6 red drum and 10 black drums on live bait, so they had a good trip. Also, this Wednesday, Joseph Wright fished the Texas City Dike. He wade fished with lures, and he had a really great day. Caught a number of speckled trout over a limit, and then he was involved with catching and releasing, so he had a good trip. Now, also on Wednesday, Craig Joseph, he's the owner of This Is It restaurant, and some friends were using live shrimp. They caught limits with an S, of red drum and multiple limits of black drum and redfish. Now, it seems that Mr. Craig has had a hot hand in the past 2 weeks because he's been submitting some serious fishing reports. Next, the weekend crowd wade fishing should be excellent, as well as wade fishing the Texas City Dike. Now that first part is wade fishing the beachfront, the coastal front. That should be really good. Fishing Seawolf Park and Galveston Jetty is also recommended. That's deep water, and those fish are going to be deep due to the heat. Now, fishermen should be on the water by 5:30 a.m. or consider night fishing under the lights. You do want to avoid that heat out there. Now, in reference to the CCA tournament, there is 66 days left for the CCA Star Tournament. Currently, there have been 6 tag redfish caught and certified. Now, they released 120 redfish, so there's plenty of other fish out there that are tagged and have good prizes. Next, last week, the Saltwater Anglers of Texas, SWAT, we finished our annual 4-day fishing excursion in Hackberry, Louisiana. 20 fishermen fished and fellowship. The catch was more difficult due to the freshwater influence from last week's rain and a full moon. The less favorable fishing conditions did not discourage the seasoned fishermen. They were able to catch a respectable variety of inshore saltwater fish. Now, Craig Joseph's name's coming up again. He had a really good trip over the 4 days and put a lot of sheephead, black drum, and red drums in his boat. Next, Brent Martin. This is Eli Martin's 28-year-old son. He was on that trip in Hackberry. He caught his personal best 36-inch jack crevalle. Yeah, I did say 36-inch. Now, in order to land that jackfish, Eli had to unhook the anchor of his boat and allow the fish to pull the boat until Brent was able to land that fish. Incidentally, Brent did keep the fish, cleaned them, and plans to eat them. So congrats to Brent. Last, if anyone has fishing questions, reports, or pictures, please call Robert Johnson, 713-826-0677. That's 713-826-0677. Remember to take a kid fishing, and gonna wish the USA soccer team good luck on Monday. That completes my report, Ralph.
Well, give me a score. Give me, I can't let you get out of here.
Whoa.
1-0, 1-0, 2-1, or what? What kind of score you predict?
We're playing underneath the handicap a little bit, but I'm gonna say 2-1.
2-1. Okay. And
2-1. USA.
Okay. Now where are you fishing this weekend?
I am not fishing this weekend.
You're barbecuing. Where are you barbecuing?
Just at the house.
Well, send me a picture of what you. Just send me a picture of your finished product when you feel free to share it. I'd like to see what you got on your pit. Okay, send it to me.
Sounds good. And you have a good one yourself. Okay.
Okay, and you do the same. And thank you. When I think of July the 4th, I think of all of my relatives, my father, and all the others that served, and friends like yourself who served.
Mm-hmm.
I celebrate. I celebrate July 4th because of you guys. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And I think you understand where I'm coming from.
Exactly.
Yeah. You all are an extension. Although the Constitution may not have been written with us in mind, you're still an extension of Crispus Attucks, in my opinion, who died.
We served in every war.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
In every war that the United States has had.
Yeah,
and served admirably to sometimes not always recognized, but we did.
Well, I saw this thing on the Hellfighters out of Harlem. It's a documentary.
Oh, yeah.
It's a documentary out there on the Hellfighters. When you get a chance, Google it up and you'll see it, or you can find it. And it deals with the Hellfighters and how they helped France in World War I. And how they were not decorated. When they came back home, they were treated like foreigners here. You know what I'm saying? And all of them came out of Harlem. They all came out of Harlem, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we have many untold stories. I think some of them are beginning to be featured now, but we certainly serve proudly and always have.
And see, Robert. Robert Johnson is a Purple Heart recipient that he earned, and a gentleman today. This was strictly between him and I, and he's not a young gentleman. He's old. He's more older than he is young. He just found out what happened here in Houston with the World War I veterans. Who were tried, who were abused by the Houston police.
Oh yes.
And then they fought back. Then they were tried, and several of them ended up being. Well, all of them were court-martialed, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
And then some were hung, if I'm correct.
That's correct.
And some went off to Leavenworth. And then later on, all were exonerated. But they had been hung.
That's correct.
And imprisoned. You know a little bit more about that than I do. What do you recall about that?
That's Fort Logan. And every Houstonian really needs to look at that history.
Yes.
And certainly Fort Logan wasn't an aberration in the United States either, or even in other countries.
Right.
But certainly is part of our history, and a very sad part, and it doesn't really get much publicity.
But it should be remembered or known by us. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
Yeah, that's one of those pieces of history that some people may not want us to know or to share with the younger people, but all of us should know that piece of history.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. All right. You take care. Have a good one.
Are you putting any of your fish on the grill?
No, sir, but I will be back fishing just as soon as the holidays over with.
Okay, we want to say hello to Captain Coffee also. Okay, thank you.
He's listening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We are out of time. I'm going to get out of your way in a moment. I want to do something as I prepare to get out of your way. And we want to thank all of you. And hopefully you have a great weekend. And let's see if we can do this. Let me see if I can do this.
This man will make your liver quiver. This man will make your bladder splatter. This man will freeze your